watching the core of the sun, not the case. Nothing in space can ever be static. It's always moving, which is why even Aditya L1, if this is the Lagrange point 1, will keep going around in what's being referred to as a halo orbit, which you can so very well picture in your head. Doing that orbit, he's going to be getting a whole lot of data, and this is courtesy 7 payloads that are on board Aditya L1, 4 of them that will focus on the light from the sun, 3 of them which will conduct on-site experiments as well. But what particularly excites me, Sneha and Shiv, is perhaps what could emerge from what they refer to as SMEs, solar emissions, solar flares. It's something that's had huge impacts, huge repercussions on all of us. Not everyone has been able to understand the impact or how powerful it is. And hopefully with the Aditya L1 out there conducting experiments, not just India, but the entire world will benefit from it. You know, as far as these solar missions are concerned, there's a reason every space organization is talking about it. You refer to it really as being an elite space league, Sneha. US, Japan and ESA, the European Space Agency, they've done it. But as far as China's concerned, they're working on it. And at this point, India, we, of course, have beaten them. But having said that, a lot more other countries are doing it because your essential birth of the solar system or even the eventual death of the solar system, all of that can be studied. And the answers to all of that lies in this beautiful ball of fire, which is why it's so important to really research. And you can never know enough about the sun. There are still so many unanswered questions about the sun, about the kind of power, the kind of magnetic field it has, the kind of emissions that it puts out, that this kind of a study is so crucial globally as well, which is why you'll see all the top astrophysicists, all the top astronomers right now keeping their eyes firmly glued on this center, the Satish Dhawan Space Centre here in Sriharikota.
And how lucky are you, Akshita, in a span of just a few days, witnessing both the Chandrayaan landing from ISRO headquarters and now the Aditya L1 launch from Sriharikota. I wish I was in your shoes, but enjoy the day. It's going to be beautiful. The weather is perfect for a picture-perfect launch. We're all counting down to that. Akshita is going to continue to stay with me. But I also wanted to tell our viewers about something that Akshita touched upon, which is hugely, hugely important and something that ISRO has to be very proud of. Viewer, the Aditya L1 mission happens to be the cheapest ever solar space mission in the history of space exploration. Now, I'm not saying that the Aditya L1 is exactly the same as much more advanced solar probes like the Parker probe of the United States, but just for the sake of numbers, let's look at some of these comparisons. The Aditya L1 mission costs just $45 million. That's the cost of the mission. Let's look at the price of some of the others. The Parker solar probe, $1.5 billion. It's the first one to actually, in some ways, touch the sun. It flew through the upper parts of the solar corona in 2021. Much more advanced probe, but look at that price, $1.5 billion compared to India's $45 million. The Advanced Composition Explorer, also American, is $100 million, double that of the Aditya L1. This is also from the United States. Let's keep moving. Let's keep it moving as quickly as possible. The Solar Terrestrial Relations Observatory, $500 million, $500 million. This is also an American observatory. Solar Dynamics Observatory, $850 million, almost $1 billion. This is also an observatory in space. The Interface Region Imaging Spectrograph, $120 million, nearly 3 times as much as the Aditya L1. $1 billion is the price of the Solar and Heliospheric Observatory. This is a joint project of the US and Japan. You've also got the European Proba 3, which costs about $120 million. So these are, just to give you a perspective on what these cost. The Chinese one, which is in process right now, called the ASOS, costs $126 million. So once again, not to say, Akshita, that the Aditya L1, which is India's first ever solar mission, is the same in all respects or comparable, technologically or otherwise to, space agencies like the Europe and US, which have been exploring the sun for a long time. But 45 million is crazy. You know, that's a lot of money if you look at it wholly. But in space science, space exploration, and a time of shrinking budgets, $45 million is a throwaway price for a sun mission.
And I don't think any other space agency can do what we've managed to do, Shiv, in that sense. Double digits, right? And every other country that you refer to is in triple digits, millions and billions that we're referring to. And it gives you a sense of how our ISRO scientists managed to pull off the seemingly impossible every single time. When I spoke to Dr. K. Sivan about this and asked him what really ensures this, because I know that the ISRO chief refused to give us those details. He said, this is a secret that I'm not willing to give. But I did manage to pull out some details from Dr. Sivan, who told me that, look, the reason for this is because every single part, Shiv, every spec that you see on the Aditya L1 is made right here, is made in India. There's cooperation from different industries, there's cooperation from different sectors, and there are parts brought in from across India. But it's all from the country, and that makes a huge difference in costs. That's what our scientists have pulled off. And you have to remark on how they've managed to do this by ensuring they pull in all possible resources to find out a specialist of every single sector, pull them in, work for the last many years on a specific customized payload that you need is no small feat. So I think, a word of appreciation for not just our scientists, but all of the technicians, Shiv, who very often go unrecognized when we talk about these kind of missions. They've been putting in the work. They've been working day in and day out. Even in the case of Chandrayaan 3, I remember when I was reading about the Pragyan rover, and recently you had ISRO also putting out all of those videos of the spectrometer and how it was conducting all of these on-site experiments. It was actually built by a center in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad. So ISRO has several such tie-ups, which is what helps in ensuring that the costs come down, but efficiency, effectiveness, that doesn't come down whatsoever, which is what makes these kind of projects so amazing. And you were right, Shiv, in saying that, in less than 10 days, we're talking about another mission. Now, in another 10 days, in about 20 days, I'd say, you're going to be seeing the first test launch, at least of a part of Gaganyaan. So you can see that our ISRO scientists are constantly hard at work, figuring out one mission after the next. They're also working on a very ambitious mission to explore Venus. Again, a very, very elite group that's done it. So I'm very lucky, very privileged to be here, Shiv. But I will add to what you said earlier. Now, after what happened to Chandrayaan 3, I believe I have to be here because I do consider myself a bit of a lucky charm.
You are our space correspondent from here on, Akshita, whether you like it or not. Any small or big launch that happens now, we're going to be sending you down there, and you're going to be our person on the ground bringing it all to us. Akshita is going to continue to stay with me because, like I said, Akshita, Neha, Kunal and Pramod are our 4 reporters in Sriharikota. They've got 4 separate cameras bringing you 4 separate angles of what's happening in ISRO, which we'll be going to live in just a moment. From the viewers gallery, you'll be able to see the scientists and also a beautiful panoramic view of the rocket itself when it takes off on the dot, scheduled for now at 11:50 a.m. Let me also tell you about the challenges and the pressures being faced by the Aditya L1 team. Remember, the sun is the source of most of our energy here on Earth, if not all, sitting millions and millions of miles away. When the sun is direct, like in summer, withstanding its heat is unbearable. We all know that. Imagine how hot it is to go relatively just a few million miles closer to it. That in itself is an enormous challenge, because the closer you get to the sun, you have to see to believe how exponentially more difficult technologically it becomes, not just to observe, but just to exist.
Sun is a massive hot ball of plasma, inflated, heated by nuclear fusion from its core. That's about 27 million degrees Fahrenheit or 15 million degrees Celsius hot. It's impossible to physically explore the sun, at least till now, as technology hasn't developed to tolerate that kind of heat without being consumed in flames. Yet it's important to know the closest star available in this solar system to learn more about planets, especially Earth and this galaxy, and what lies beyond. So the main challenge is to maintain a safe distance from the sun. Solar missions so far have all been stationed between different Lagrange points. Aditya L1, for example, is scheduled to be stationed at L1. It would roughly be 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth and 148.5 million kilometers away from the Sun. The Sun, during its own rotation, keeps throwing particles during solar storms. So there is a constant stream of charged particles that escape from the sun's atmosphere and spread across space. So the solar mission must be stationed at a point safely to conduct safe viewing without obstruction. This will ensure near accurate prediction and alert of any charged particles coming from the sun and in which direction it's going. Next is the need to build a system that can withstand the heat even from a distance of those many million miles and yet remain functional. In effect, it means that while the exposed part of the spacecraft is heated beyond any human imagination, it has to be freezing cold from inside. It's a technical and engineering challenge to achieve. All of these functions will require high fuel efficiency, just like a car does in peak summer heat. Because once it runs out of fuel, it can't refuel itself. There is no closest petrol pump for it in space. This brings us to the next technical challenge of heavy payloads with high fuel efficiency to sustain for years. By now it's clear that all these require dedicated hard work, research and resources. Because it's going to be a very costly affair, and the cost runs into billions. India's Aditya, of course, is the least expensive in the world, with a price tag of $45 million. When it's that expensive, simple economics demands that it sustains many years safely to carry out the experiments and relay information back to Earth to justify the efforts that have been put in. Because the knowledge gained is immense and it helps know the universe better, with every millisecond the spacecraft remains in its mission close to the sun.
And joining us now is Professor Dr. Daya Shankar Kulushrestha, is the former HOD of the Department of Physics and Astrophysics in Delhi University. Thank you so much for your time, sir, this morning. Professor, I want to begin by asking you the most difficult part of this mission, I would believe, and do correct me if I'm wrong, is the journey per se. 4 months. 125 days is what is the time that's going to be taken by the spacecraft to reach the L1 point. What do you have to say about this, the difficulty essentially of this journey?
Hello.
Yes, Professor.
Hello.
Okay, we'll go back to the professor in just a bit. We're going to try and correct that. I'm going to stick to Akshita right now. Let's get the guest off the screen. We'll go back to them once that's fixed, and let's stay with our reporters for the moment. Akshita, where is Dr. Somnath, the directors, etc.? Where are all of them right now? Are they, are they inside the center right now?
They're inside Shiv. So is the entire ISRO team. I see a lot of VVIP movement, by the way. There's security all around me, a lot of CISF officials who are doing the necessary checks. But we know that the ISRO team is inside. Dr. Jitendra Singh arrived also and is also there right now. So the entire team is currently present. At this point, they're going to be ensuring that all necessary checks and balances are done. But we saw those images also yesterday, Shiv, of all of our ISRO scientists ensuring that they also put in a word essentially with the gods, seeking their blessings. You had a team of scientists going to the Tirumala Tirupati temple. You had Dr. Somnath also visiting another temple in Tirupati, which is where he always goes. And they always submit a prototype, a model of the Aditya L1 and, of course, the PSLV, India's Bahubali, as he's referred to, who does all of that hard work and ensures that he really pumps Aditya L1 right into space and puts him in that orbit between the Earth and the Sun. So everything's in place as of now. And like I said, this is the part that ISRO is most confident of. This is their biggest strength, launches. They do it for other countries as well, Shiv, because that's how good we are at it. So this particular point is something that, yes, they will be very confident of. But having said that, the focus is also going to be on that 4-month journey. So you're going to have an ISRO team constantly 24/7 monitoring. Imagine this, Shiv. First you had Chandrayaan 3. They're still working with the rover on ensuring that everything's going smoothly with regards to the study of the moon. And at the same time, they're now working on the sun. Next 4 months is going to be occupied in that. At the same time, they're working on Gaganyaan, for which you're going to see the first test vehicle launch happening in just about 20 days from now. In the first week of October is what Dr. Somnath said. And then you have another mission, a mission to Venus also, which is being worked on. So they've got their hands full. Clearly, they're not complaining. They're continuing to work hard and, of course, bring us endless glory.
ISRO runs at a very, very high tempo, very, very high motor, kind of motor that most, of us don't understand. I know that Akshita does because she spent so much time with ISRO. But the very fact that ISRO is able to juggle all of these missions, be able to monitor Chandrayaan 3, the active phase of which will be coming to an end soon, and then Aditya L1, and then Gaganyaan, and then, perhaps another Mangalyaan to Mars. Akshita was talking about a mission to Venus as well. So this is a space organization that's able to not just tick all the boxes, but do it at an incredibly low cost compared to, comparable space missions by other agencies like NASA and the European Space Agencies. In 7 decades of space exploration so far, sustained solar missions, however, are relatively a new phenomenon. It all started in this millennium itself. As India prepares for the Aditya L1, a quick overview of why space exploration needs to take such a close look at the sun.
Sun keeps the solar system together, from the biggest planet Jupiter to the smallest particles in its orbit. 4.5 billion years old Sun is a hot glowing ball of hydrogen and helium. Sun can accommodate 1.3 million Earths. From the powerful eruptions to the steady stream of charged particles, the Sun influences the nature of space throughout the solar system. Sun doesn't spin like, let's say, the Earth. Sun is made up of super hot, electrically charged gas called plasma. This plasma rotates at different speeds on different parts of the Sun. At its equator, the Sun completes one rotation in 25 Earth days. At its poles, the Sun rotates once on its axis every 36 Earth days. The temperature in the Sun's core is about 27 million degrees Fahrenheit, or 15 million degrees Celsius. It is so hot that it can sustain a nuclear fusion. This creates outward pressure that supports the star's gigantic mass, keeping it from collapsing. Above the Sun's surface are its thin chromosphere and the huge corona or the crown. This is where features such as solar prominences, flares and coronal mass ejections happen. Sun flares and coronal mass ejections are giant explosions of energy and particles that can reach Earth. A solar probe typically looks at studying all of these from a safe distance so that nothing gets burned down. Solar probes are also carried out to predict successfully the flares and giant explosions that propel particles from it and can cause serious damage to any spacecraft. Center and has the capability to alter atmospheres of different planets, including Earth. Sun is a relatively younger star in our galaxy. Study of the Sun helps understanding other stars in the Milky Way and galaxies beyond. The various thermal and magnetic phenomena on the Sun are of extreme nature, so the Sun provides a good natural lab to understand those phenomena. These otherwise cannot be directly studied in the lab. All these studies lead to a better understanding of Earth, its atmosphere, genesis of this solar system, and the universe.
Just over 2 hours to go for the launch of Aditya L1. We're going to be continuing our live coverage here on India Today. 4 cameras on site at the Satish Dhawan Space Centre in Sriharikota. We're going to be taking you into the viewing gallery in just a few minutes from now, right after this short break. India's big Surya Namaskar coverage continues after this break. Stay with India Today.
Once again, India Today wins Best Channel of the Year.
Thank you very much, viewers, for making the India Today group the most awarded TV news network at the ENBA Awards 2023.
Riding high on Chandrayaan-3's successful landing, ISRO is now gearing up for the next cosmic quest. Aditya L1 mission is what we are talking about. This is ISRO's first solar mission. We're talking about India's feet on the moon, eyes now on the sun. Let's talk about this particular mission, Aditya L1, which, like I said, is ISRO's India's first solar mission. The vehicle first. Aditya L1 is going to be hitching a ride on India's heavy-duty launch vehicle, which is the PSLV XL. The PSLV XL weighs 320 tons and the height is 44.4 meters. The PSLV XL is a 4-stage vehicle with multiple satellite launch capabilities and multiple orbit capabilities. Just take a look at how this essentially is going to take off and place itself on the sun's halo orbit.
And liftoff.
What then is the Lagrange point? Now named after Joseph Louis Lagrange, a French mathematician who first studied them in the 18th century. The Lagrange points are points in space where the gravitational forces of two large bodies such as the Sun and the Earth balance out, creating a region of equilibrium. Now these points in space can be used by spacecraft to reduce fuel consumption needed to remain in position. There are 5 of them: L1, L2, L3, L4 and L5. L1 is about 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth, or approximately 1% of the Earth-Sun distance. It is essentially the vantage point. Let's talk about the journey to L1. Well, after being placed in a low Earth orbit by ISRO's PSLV XL rocket, the orbit is going to be made more elliptical, and spacecraft will be launched towards L1 point by using on-board propulsion. As the spacecraft travel towards L1, it will exit Earth's gravitational sphere of influence, or SOI. After the exit, cruise phase will start and craft will be injected into a large halo orbit around L1. It is going to take 4 months for the spacecraft to reach its destination. What then are the main objectives of this solar mission? The spacecraft carries 7 payloads designed to study the sun's atmosphere and its interaction with the solar wind. The mission is aimed at studying the super high temperatures of solar corona, the dynamics of solar system and the solar temperature non-uniformity. It will also study and evaluate the main drivers of space weather. Let's now talk about Aditya L1 science payloads here. Now, of the 7 payloads, 4 will directly study the sun and the remaining 3 will in situ carry out in situ studies of particles and fields at the Lagrange point. That's the L1. The science payloads of Aditya L1 are indigenously developed by different labs in the country. With 1 billion people praying for ISRO's success in unison, the countdown to Mission Sun has officially begun.
everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो नमस्कार जी.
आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा आया, मुझे ये बताइए. आई नो सबके साथ आया होगा, बट एक तो फेवरेट होगा ही आपका.
तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला. तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियाँ होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी. कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा. जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं, जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया. जब भी मिलते पैर छूटे हैं, ऐसा बच्चों की तरह. तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही. जब भी आप अपने आप में कुछ ऐसा होल्ड बैक रखते हो फिर वो चीज़ें आती. लेकिन मेरा कभी आज तक ऑनेस्टली मतलब कभी कुछ इशू नहीं हुआ किसी के साथ भी. अमित जी के साथ इतना अच्छा रिलेशन है, बहुत. शाहरुख
डॉन टू अभी डॉन 3 आ रही है उसके.
हाँ करेक्ट है, डॉन टू. तो नहीं, पर शाहरुख के साथ 2 डॉन बनाई ना कि नहीं?
2 डॉन, एक ही डॉन है ना. डॉन 3 अभी रिलीज हुई है रणवीर के साथ.
हाँ,
तो पहली वाली
अमित जी के साथ. हाँ, डॉन जो 2005 या 6 में शायद. हाँ
ईयर मुझे
तो उसमें वो शॉट था बीच पे ना, गाड़ी चलाना, ब्लास्ट होता है फायर का, गाड़ी पूरी ब्लास्ट में. हाँ. और फिर ये चलाते निकलते. तो फरहान डायरेक्टर थे, उन्होंने मतलब ही सो इंटेलिजेंट एंड टेक्निकली सो परफेक्ट. हाँ, उन्होंने इधर बोनट पे कैमरा लगाया, फिर ऐसा कि ना एक ही शॉट में देख रहे हैं शाहरुख ऐसा गाड़ी चलाते आ रहे हैं, ब्लास्ट हुआ, पूरा आग बाग भरी, और फिर निकले ऐसे. हाँ.
Watching India Today.
India's first ever solar mission. A mission to unlock mystery of the sun. Aditya L1 blast off from Sriharikota. India Today gets you a 360-degree launch view. Special broadcast from launch site Sriharikota. India's big Surya Namaskar.
It's on a rocket very much like this one that the Aditya L1 will be blasting off towards the sun in less than 2 hours from now from Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh, just off India's east coast. I'm Shiv Arur. We're going to get you amazing live coverage over the next 2 hours. The build-up to Aditya L1, India's first space mission to study the star at the center of our solar system. We've got the best cameras, the best experts, the best analysis, and of course, live coverage from where the takeoff will take place less than 2 hours from now. Thanks for joining our coverage and making us the most watched channel on all big news days. Here are the headlines. After the moon, India aims for the sun. ISRO's maiden solar probe to begin. Aditya L1 blasts off at 11:50 a.m. Space-based mission to unravel the sun's secrets.
Shocker from Rajasthan. Pregnant woman stripped naked, beaten up in broad daylight by husband. 7 accused detained, 3 arrested. BJP goes all guns blazing against the Gehlot Sarkar.
Buzz over angry Trinamool. Fishers in opposition block after key meeting. Mamata skips India press meet. Sources say Didi miffed with slow alliance, wants Congress to clear its stand on relationship with the left.
Jet Airways founder Naresh Goel arrested by the ED. Goel picked up from Delhi in the rupees 538 crores Canara Bank scam to be produced in court.
It's the clash of the Titans as India take on Pakistan in their Asia Cup opener today. A first one-day match between the two teams in 4 years. The final countdown has begun. As you can see at the bottom of our screen, 1 hour 49 minutes to go for the launch of the Aditya L1 spacecraft. It's essentially going to be a satellite that's going to be injected over the next 4 months into what is called a halo orbit. It's not going to revolve around the sun or orbit the sun, but it's going into a halo orbit facing the sun, which is going to give this amazing space probe an uninterrupted, round-the-clock, 24/7 view of the sun to study it as closely as possible. India is set to launch the Aditya L1 at 11:50 a.m. today, marking a significant milestone in the country's space exploration journey. According to ISRO, all preparations for the launch have been completed and the spacecraft, which is a PSLV C5 rocket, is ready for liftoff from Sriharikota, which happens to be an island off the east coast of Andhra Pradesh. Aditya L1 is a pioneering mission dedicated to studying the sun. It's India's first of its kind. The spacecraft will be placed, like I said, in a halo orbit around the Lagrange point 1 or L1, which is about 1.5 million kilometers from Earth. This strategic positioning will allow the spacecraft to continuously observe the sun without any occultation or eclipses, providing an unprecedented opportunity to monitor solar activities in real time. The spacecraft is equipped with 7 scientific payloads designed to observe various layers of the sun, including the photosphere, chromosphere, and the outermost corona, which is what you see when you look at the sun.
Next launch is this one, Aditya L1. What is next launch? Another one. After that launch is the Gaganyaan launch. Gaganyaan launch will be a test vehicle launch, so it is getting ready. So that will happen mostly by October, first or second week.
Another one, sir.
After that, we will have launch of GSLV Mark II GSLV launch for INSAT 3DS. Then we will have launch of SSLV D3. Okay. Then again we will have launch of PSLV. Then we will have launch of GSLV Mark III. Like that, it will continue. Huh?
We are ready, as you have been hearing or reading in the newspapers and elsewhere, that ISRO has announced 3 days back that we will be launching Aditya L1 mission on 2nd September morning 11:50 hours. So we are sticking to that plan. And last couple of days we had detailed reviews of various systems, launch vehicle, satellite, and other associated ground support system. Everything is fine, on track. And considering the overall status, we don't see any problem in going ahead with the launch on 2nd September.
After the success of Chandrayaan, I think it has been reconfigured as an Aditya L1. That means original objective remains same, an added objective of looking at the space weather and trying to forward our operational satellites point of view. I think this mission was repositioned for the L1, and it's really technically it's very, very challenging to acquire the L1 point and have an orbit around that. And over and above that, able to survive for the 5 years with a very, very accurate pointing requirements, this mission is concerned. And that way, I think today we have nearly 7 science instruments. With that, these will having one is technically very, very challenging to acquire the orbit, and scientifically going to be rewarding.
There's a terrific example in history. When we put something like Aditya up there in between us and the sun to sense those things, to better understand how the sun works and the threats that it has to the earth, it's good for everybody, for protecting us as people, but also, of course, our electrical grid, our internet grid, and all of the thousands of satellites that we count on that are up in orbit. So it's a really good new scientific probe to have out there teaching us about the sun.
Okay, we're going to be bringing you perspective from all sides of ISRO. Remember, our 4 reporters with their cameras are going to be live from Sriharikota. In a minute from now, I'm going to show you what their cameras are seeing. We're also reporting live from the ISRO Center at the Space Application Center in Ahmedabad, because that is the ISRO division that looks very closely at what's happening during the mission, especially during the launch phase. So we'll be going to them as well. Akshita, Pramod, Neha, Kunal, all of them in Sriharikota join us in just a minute. Also welcoming onto our coverage Manish Purohit. He's an ex-ISRO scientist, happens to be an expert in all things solar. He's also an educationist who's been talking about the Aditya L1 mission. He's been on our coverage before as well. Manish, good morning. Great day. Welcome to our coverage. Thanks for your time. How does it feel this morning? Less than 2 hours to go. You, of course, Manish, have been going far deeper into the Aditya L1 than all of us. Tell us a little bit about your sentiments this morning and why this is such a big day, in your opinion, for India and for space.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, a day has begun and we are all pumped up. See, the countdown right now is on. Yeah. And we are just waiting for that liftoff, and those golden words when the announcement happens that liftoff normal, that gives the goosebumps, and then then different stages comes in. So the whole thing will be at 11:50 we will have the ignition and PSLV will lift off with Aditya L1. The whole duration of this mission will be around 1 hour 3 minutes. At that point of time, after that 1 hour 3 minutes duration, Aditya will be separated from the 4th stage. The next 14-15 days, it will be going around the Earth, increasing the orbit, raising the orbit maneuvering will happen. That will be done with the help of onboard thrusters. There are 8 22 Newton thrusters on board Aditya. They will be fired at perigee, the closest point to Earth. We will be increasing the orbit and gradually then we'll go towards the big journey towards the L1 point. There we will be firing liquid apogee motor. So the whole duration 109 days, and at that point with little tweaking we will be entering the halo orbit around the L1 point. And halo orbits are big, they are really big. They can be, the 2 farthest point can be in few lakhs of kilometers. And the total duration of that orbit will be around 178 days. So that Aditya will be taking 177 point something few days. So let's say 178 days to complete one halo orbit around the L1 point.
Yeah. No, that's incredible, Manish. But also, many people will be wondering, 1.5 kilometers from the Earth is much closer to the sun, but also not very close. We know the distance between the Earth and the sun is quite vast. From that distance, from 1.5 million kilometers, Lagrange point 1, what are the kinds of advantages as far as observing the sun are concerned, Manish, as opposed to observing from Earth? I know distance, of course, is a huge factor, but how are things different at that much closer to the sun?
Okay, let's take the example of Earth.
Yeah.
We are safe and secure, but sun is still firing everything that we want to study. There are X-rays, there are UV, there are high energy particles. It's still firing. But we are safe. How? Our atmosphere stops those high energy particles. Our magnetosphere, Earth is a magnet. It safeguards us. It protects us. It never let the sun to ruin our atmosphere. And our atmosphere protects us. Ozone protects us from UV. So if I'll station my big telescopes and my observatories on surface of the Earth, I'll miss out on all that information.
Right.
So the plan was in 2008, we'll go around the Earth. Now there's a problem. If we go around the Earth, 24/7 visibility of the sun is not possible.
Yeah.
So the scope was increased, and then it was planned we'll go to the L1. Now what is L1? Let's see. So let's see. This is Earth and this is sun. Now you might be asking why white? Sun will appear white to us if we'll go in the outer space. It appears yellow to us. That's because of the scattering phenomenon.
Scattering, right.
So this is our sun and this is our Earth. And this distance is 15 crore kilometers.
Yeah.
L1 point is here, very close to Earth. Compared with 15 crore, you are just 15 lakh. So 15 lakh is very close. So for sun, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Actually, sun is huge. It can have 13 lakh Earths in it. Its mass is 3 lakh, 30,000 times Earth. So for sun, that distance doesn't matter. For us, it matters.
Yeah.
Why? Because we'll get 24/7 visibility of the sun. Now, why we want that? because every time something is happening on the sun for last few billion years, and we want to study everything that happens because it matters. Now let's understand why it matters. Because when the sun is angry, it throws everything. What all it is having: high energy particles, protons, plasma, radiation, magnetic field, huge energy. And if that whole thing comes towards Earth and we are in the path of it,
it's the end. It's the end, right?
So I don't want to say that. That's why I just, but
Manish, very interestingly, recently I did a small video piece on how the sun is the giver of all life, but also about when we're talking about the future, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 billion years from now. Ultimately, the sun is going to destroy the earth. This is what all astrophysicists know. The life of the sun means it's going to be the death of the earth and many other things in the solar system as well, because the sun also has its own life. So, whether we still exist here on earth, whether we've moved to another planet or in some other galaxy, hopefully unfortunately, we don't know that right now. All that we can do right now, as Manish correctly said, is try and get close to the sun and look at it, understand it, try and unlock its secrets, because it's not just about the sun that we're trying to learn about, but the sun also holds a wealth of data about the birth of the solar system, the way galaxies are made, the way stellar systems operate, and so many other things which could be beneficial to not just humans on Earth, but what our next step as far as existence can actually be. So never underestimate what little Aditya is going to have the potential to unlock on this amazing journey. Stay with me, Manish. Sneha is going to take us through a report now on some of the other projects. Sneha, the Aditya L1 comes just a few days after the Chandrayaan mission, and that's still on, but ISRO's got its hands full.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the most fascinating bit of this is the manner in which when Professor Somnath Shiv was asked about what next, he's just, gave a list of the things expected in the next few days and weeks to come. So the momentum clearly, like you indicated, is on as far as ISRO and its missions are concerned. It's clearly riding high on back-to-back very successful space missions. Indian Space Research Organization is working on the ambitious plan of launching its own space center by 2030. To do so, they have host of missions coming up in the next few years. It promises to be a very, very exciting journey all through.
Around January of 2024, a low Earth orbit observatory is all set to be jointly developed by NASA and ISRO at an approximate cost of 12,300 crore rupees. It's called NISAR. It will map the entire globe in 12 days, provide spatially and temporally consistent data for understanding changes in Earth's ecosystems, ice mass, vegetation biomass, sea level rise, groundwater, and natural hazards including earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes, and landslides. In the third quarter of 2024, SPADEX, or Space Docking Experiment, at an estimated cost of 124 crore rupees, is scheduled to be launched. It will be a twin spacecraft mission. Space Docking Experiment is being developed by ISRO to mature technologies related to orbital rendezvous, docking, formation, flying, and other proximity operations. This will create scope of applications in human spaceflight, in-space satellite servicing, and other proximity operations. The Mars Orbiter mission, Mangalyaan 2, is all set to be launched in 2024. It will reportedly include a hyperspectral camera, a high-resolution panchromatic camera, and a radar to understand early Martian crust, recent basalts, and boulder falls. And finally, by the end of 2024 to the beginning of 2025, ISRO will launch its first manned mission, Gaganyaan. Series of test flights have already started. Gaganyaan module will carry Indian astronauts into orbit for 3 days.
ISRO's next big project is Gaganyaan, that is to send humans, astronauts of India, up to the space where it is expected that they will stay for 3 to 4 days, and this is the rocket that's going to help them. This is an LVM3 that is human rated, and that's why we call it as 8LVM3. This is the same rocket that took Chandrayaan-3 to the moon, and the important aspect here is that on the top there is a modification where you could see nozzle design, and on the top over the national flag, that is a place where there will be a pod. There is an escape system also that is being currently tested, and this is the pod where the astronauts will reside, and this rocket will take them up to the space.
What we are now done, we have human rating this LVM3. By human rating is the safety factors and the margin and the reliability factors we are incorporating in this. We have to increase the margin. As you know, we will go for a minimum margin in a usual launch vehicle, whereas here we have to make it safeguard for any eventualities or any deviation. That when you are integrating, we are looking at the S200 motors and as well as the L110 motors which you are seeing in the stage, and then we have the cryogen C25 stage. Now we are trying to augment the C25 stage to some level, to reliability, with proper reliability. And then once we integrate, instead of the heat shield payload fairing that you usually see in the other launch vehicles, we are now putting the crew, the service module, crew module with its own heat load fairing and with a crew escape system. That crew escape system, which is the heaviest motors, solid motors resting there, is to a different orbit. There it has only low altitude escape motor as well as high altitude escape motors inbuilt with a crew ejection motor, CJM, crew jettisoning motor. In the normal course, the LEM and HEM motors will not require to be fired. As it reaches certain orbit, the crew escape system will jettison off, and only the crew module, which we call it as orbital module, comprising of crew module and service module, will be remaining there.
And the important aspect here, the next one, is that the re-entry, which will be inside this pod, and this is the one where you could see the miniature model, 1:5 scale. You will have kind of a thermal tiles here to make sure that during re-entry it will take care of the heat that is produced. And inside, if I could open and show, you will see the models of astronaut, how they will be inside, safe and secure. But a very important aspect that we would like to show you is about the space suit, which is very essential because the astronauts are going to wear this all the time as they are in the space. This is the design that you see over here. All these projections that you see in this pod are something that monitors the health. It will provide oxygen and various other important aspects. One of the very important things the astronauts should take care of is the pressure. And here you have a pressure monitor which will constantly tell them the pressure reading as well. This design it's kind of like a modular design because here you see this is a hand and it's something like that you can revolve and you can remove. So this is a model of the space suit of the astronaut, the mask, and the way you could see the couplings are here to close it, make sure that the pressure is balanced inside, and what pressure humans can handle, that will be inside. In fact, the pressure on Earth is 14.7 psi. That will be managed as well. And here, this is a setup, and this is how ISRO is gearing up for Gaganyaan project.
The Indian Space Agency has shortlisted 4 candidates to go on this mission. They have already undergone initial training in Russia. Now they are undergoing future training at the newly opened astronaut training facility in Bengaluru.
Okay, Manish is still with us. He's our solar expert. Manish, why don't you join me on this wall? Because I'm going to take you now to a place where I'm sure you wish you were there right now, Manish. Manish is a former ISRO scientist, and he's been to Sriharikota many times. Akshita happens to be there right now along with the rest of our crew and our team that's bringing you these amazing pictures. Akshita, Manish is with us. I bet he's wishing he was where you are right now, but you are there. The tables have been turned, the roles have been switched. The scientist is here in the studio and the journalist is there at the Space Centre. First of all, you're on the inside now. That looks like the viewing gallery, I think. What's going on?
Let me show you, Shiv, because I know everyone wants that first glimpse of Aditya L1. Let me show you what we're seeing right now on the screens there that's playing out. This is inside the Satish Dhawan Space Centre, by the way, with our passes. We've managed to come in and you can see the PSLV there standing tall, ready for liftoff. On the screens, we're constantly getting a live feed and you can see that all the monitors, everything seems to be very much in place, all in green, luckily. And you'll see just in a bit from now, they'll show you the mission control room as well. The ISRO scientists hard at work. Just about 1.5 hours to go, Shiv. And let me show you the other point here where you've got the countdown that's taking place. So you see there, exactly 1.5 hours to go for the launch to take place. All systems are go at this point. From what we've heard from the ISRO team, from the mission control room, everything is in place. I take you outside where we've also got another setup. So I can promise you that when the launch actually happens, Shiv, we're going to be there because there's a lovely terrace view from where you're going to be seeing amid the trees, the satellite PSLV actually taking off. So that's a view also we promise to get you when the launch takes place. But here at the Satish Dhawan Space Centre, there is excitement that's peaking, and we're getting a glimpse of the PSLV C-57 all locked and loaded. He's been there for some time now. He's been stationed there. They've done all possible rehearsals. The clock and the countdown that you see behind me, which is now at 1 hour 29 minutes, it had started at 12:20 last afternoon. 11:50 is when it will officially end, and that will be the nail-biting final 10 seconds countdown or so that we'll all be watching out for. But 11:20, the images that we're beaming to you right now, which we're showing you almost an hour in advance, you'll be seeing that are also being put out in a live stream by ISRO as they'll get you that live commentary from the mission control room, which is so exciting to hear because then you get a sense that, you're almost sitting there in the mission control room, getting a sense of what's happening, what the scientists are talking about, and with every phase as it heads further and further towards its destination, which in all is going to be a very, very long, arduous journey for Aditya L1 Shiv. But with every stage, we're going to be getting that thumbs up from here, directly from the mission control room, as they will give us a heads up when every stage is completed and we're set to see Aditya L1 reach that Lagrange point closer to the sun.
Very, very interesting. Manish, Sriharikota, the Satish Dhawan Space Centre, something you're very familiar with. Let's keep Akshita's frame open for just a moment because that's a very lovely picture, lovely place that Akshita is lucky enough to be standing in. Let's just put Akshita's frame back on our screen for just a moment. Before we go back to, there it is. Manish, you want to tell us a little bit about this? What we're looking at right now? This is the viewing gallery and this is what we're going to be looking at right now?
See, right now PSLV is on the launch pad and the wires that we were seeing, we call that umbilical cords. We are connected to the main system. From there, we are getting all the inputs. These are the solid boosters. Right now, we are seeing there are 6 of them. And if we can have some...
and these are all live pictures, by the way.
Right. So, and this is the mission control. So, these people, they are right now looking on their screens and there's a big screen in front of them. All the data. So everything is connected here. So here the spacecraft. Right now Aditya is
here is Aditya, right?
It's called Payload fairing. Because that has to support Aditya when we are going to lift off. Now let's see here. So if you see, we can see the solid boosters.
This is live pictures. We don't have control over it. It's from ISRO. That's why. But keep going. Keep going.
So we can see connectors here. All these things will fall apart. It will open up. It will separate from the launch vehicle when the countdown reaches by the T-10, and then when they'll start. So what will happen when we'll reach T-10 and the countdown starts? These boosters will start ignition with the stage 1. But not all at the same time. We have 6 of them. Apart from them, there are 2 small thrust vector controllers. What happens? Let's say, can I have some mic or something like that?
We'll just get it for you in a minute. But we understand what you're saying.
Let's see. This is PSLV. And at the liftoff, the main engine will fire. That's the stage 1, solid. It is 139 ton, like 1,39,000 kgs of solid propellant there, and 6 boosters around. Not all will fire in a single go. Stage-wise, after 25 seconds, main engine and the boosters, all of them will be firing. There are 2 small thrust vector controllers. Now what happens? Liftoff happens, and then we have to control the thrust vector. Means we have to, take the control on this motion. So we have 2 small appendages here. They take the control of that. Once first stage is done, then first stage and second stage, they are connected with small rockets. There are small rockets there. And we fire them. So the first stage goes down, second stage keeps moving. We have second stage ignition. After second stage ignition, then payload fairings will come apart because now we have crossed our
Atmosphere, yeah.
So we don't have to carry that extra load. Payload fairings, we just get rid of them because now we don't have to worry about the atmospheric
no
heating.
friction.
No
Yeah,
friction,
and
no
heating.
heating.
Yeah.
So Aditya is now open. It's visible to everyone. So after that, once the second stage is over, now we have to separate that also.
Yeah.
So what will happen? So second stage when gets over, there will be rockets here, there will be thrusters there.
Yeah.
What they will do? They will push the second stage down, they will push the third stage up.
So it goes forward.
Again,
yeah.
smooth separation.
Yeah, yeah.
Third stage is again solid. It's again solid. And then that propulsion will happen. Now, ISRO has got one better control right now. They have demonstrated that the fourth stage that we have, it can be at will switched off and switched on.
Right, right.
So when we do multiple satellite launches, let's say we are launching 7 satellites in a go. So what they will do, they will separate one satellite and then they will again fire the fourth stage, move ahead, separate the satellite. So we have that control. So that's what we are going to do here. Once we are in the fourth stage, we will be firing our fourth stage for a certain duration of time. Then it will be costing.
Okay.
No, nothing is happening. No firing of thrusters,
No
engines
propulsion,
on,
nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah,
It's
just
just
by
moving.
itself.
And then after a certain calculated duration, again fire, reach the designated orbit, separation. Total duration 1 hour, 3 minutes, few seconds.
Okay, so 11:50 plus 1 hour and a few minutes is when it's in that lower.
And the best part is, since we are at Sriharikota, so Sriharikota, coastal region, and we are going with the movement of Earth. So when we do the calculations, we don't take the speed of launch vehicle 0. We take the speed of launch vehicle when it's standing there. Plus inertial speed is the speed of the Earth.
Right.
So we take that help of the Earth's movement also. So that helps us in. That's why we have Sriharikota as our launch pad.
Yeah. Okay. So now I want to, Manish, I also want to get your wisdom on the main objectives. You know, what Manish has just explained is what this launch is going to look like. The science of the launch, how long it's going to take, just over an hour before this beautiful machine is going to be in the Earth's orbit, and then will begin its 120-day journey towards the Lagrange point 1, you know, between the Earth and the Sun. Let's also, Manish, just talk for a moment about the mission objectives here. There are many. Many of them are complicated, but we've just broken them down into the very basic. You, of course, are used to getting into much more detail, but just for a broad understanding. You know, to study the sun's atmosphere, its interaction with the solar wind is one of the main objectives that's been put out by ISRO. Let's keep it moving to the other objectives as well. Okay, let's just keep this moving. I need to keep this moving. To study the super high temperatures of the solar corona, that's another main objective of this.
They call it temperature discrepancy.
Temperature discrepancy. Just take us through what these things are. Why do we need to know about these things, Manish?
See, we need to know about the weather conditions on Earth. Let's say you are traveling somewhere.
Yeah.
You first check what the weather conditions are there. Cyclone, heavy rainfall, hailstorms. You should know that. Then you will plan. Sun is huge.
Yeah.
It controls our space weather. And if Sun is doing anything, no one can save us. Now, obviously we can't control it, but we can have a better understanding of the process. We can have a model, we can have a complete model which can predict, okay, if this is happening, expect something on these lines to happen in coming days. Now, what are those things? So, Sun is having so many phenomena happening. Its core is around 27 million degrees. That's the temperature of the core at the center of the Sun. Then its surface comes down to around 6,000 degrees centigrade. So there is a big difference here, 27 million to 6,000. But then after the surface, around few thousand kilometers up, it again goes back to 17 lakh degrees.
So it's like huge differences.
Temperature discrepancy. Why that's happening? So we have to understand that.
And we don't understand why that discrepancy is.
So there are theories, but exactly someone has to study the things.
And Aditya L1 will contribute to
our
that.
Aditya is like, you know, it's like a big bus of so many payloads. We are going to observe Sun in visible, X-ray and UV. So we are not leaving any scope there.
Amazing.
And one more part is, Aditya is having one 6-meter long boom. So it will open up there at L1 halo orbit. So what will happen? Aditya is placed in that halo orbit. We are looking at the Sun, connected to the Earth. There, we will be doing few experiments. Experiments in the sense, we will be studying the particles coming. Solar wind, they are saying. So exactly, solar wind is not having air with it. Solar wind carries high energy particles. Those high energy particles can... See, let's put it in perspective. Moon lost its magnetic field, its magnetic capabilities few million years back. So now the moon doesn't have atmosphere.
Right.
Means solar wind can rip off your atmosphere. So they are very powerful. Now we want to categorize and understand when this thing happens, when you are getting high energy solar wind with high energy protons, electrons coming, magnetic field is humongous. Then we have to relate it. If we are getting at L1 point, these studies, these readings are coming at L1 point, this means something must have happened a priori on the sun. So we will be observing sun 24/7 and then we'll be doing that in situ experiment to understand why that happens.
Very interesting. We're going to go back to Akshita in just a moment. What Manish has just explained is, why we need to unlock some of those secrets, not just about the present day sun, but also things that the sun may have been responsible for in the past. As far as other celestial bodies are concerned. Absolutely fascinating. It's 10:29 now, way less than 2 hours to go for that launch, about an hour and 20 minutes to go for that launch, which we're all very excited by. We're going to bring Akshita back in just a moment, but Sneha, you've got some reports also for us.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. In fact, we're talking about this entire mission and how many, just 4 essentially, and India, like we've been saying, joins the prestigious club of the other countries. 3 other countries have done it successfully so far. Obviously, like the moon, the sun also has attracted exploration missions as soon as space age really began. The first one, NASA, launching the first mission 63 years ago. NASA's Parker solar probe studied the sun closer than any other spacecraft. Here's really a walk down the solar mission memory lane.
Solar probe missions started as soon as the first spacecraft took off successfully back in the 60s. They were mostly flyby missions. Sun is still not physically explorable. "63 years since the first solar mission by NASA Pioneer 5 took off, increasingly solar probe missions have now been focused on observation of the sun from one of the Lagrange points. Most of the solar missions have been done by NASA. Japan and the EU followed a few years later. But NASA still dominates this field. Let's now talk about some of the most contributing solar missions so far. Some of them are still functional and some dead. Of all the missions, the most famous is Parker Solar Probe, launched by NASA in 2018. The spacecraft till date is studying the sun from closer than any other spacecraft. On 14th December 2021, NASA announced that Parker had flown through the sun's upper atmosphere, the corona. That so far is the closest any spacecraft has been to sun and is called a touchdown. Parker sampled particles and magnetic fields there. Parker Solar Probe was designed to swoop within about 4 million miles or 6.5 million kilometers of the sun's surface to trace the flow of energy, to study the heating of the solar corona, and to explore what accelerates the solar wind. It is still functional. A joint mission of European Space Agency and NASA called Solar Orbiter was launched in 2020. It was to collect data that will help answer a central question of heliophysics. How does the sun create and control the constantly changing space environment throughout the solar system? It had a scientific payload of 10 different instruments, each complementing and supporting the others. The solar orbiter combined high-resolution telescopes with measurements from the environment directly surrounding the spacecraft. Together, the observations created a one-of-a-kind comprehensive picture of the sun's inner workings and how they can affect the space environment further out in the solar system. Like Parker, this too is still in a functional state. Deep Space Climate Observatory was launched by the American National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in 2015. The space spacecraft maintains America's real-time solar wind monitoring capabilities, critical to the accuracy and lead time of NOAA's space weather alerts and forecast. Without timely and accurate warnings, space weather events like geomagnetic storms have the potential to disrupt nearly every major public infrastructure system on Earth. Like the power grids, telecommunications, aviation, and GPS. The DSCO-VR mission succeeded NASA's Advanced Composition Explorer's role in supporting solar wind alerts and warnings from the L1 orbit. From this position, DSCO-VR can typically provide 15 to 60 minutes advanced warning before a storm of particles and magnetic field known as a coronal mass ejection reaches Earth. This too is in a functional state. Interplanetary Kitecraft Accelerated by Radiation of the Sun, or ISRO, was launched by Japan in 2010. It was a small-sized solar sail spacecraft technology demonstration mission of JAKA. The overall goal was to explore a new solar electric sail technique which is becoming feasible by the advent of lightweight and extreme thin film technology. But ISRO is now dead. Solar Terrestrial Relations Observatory, or STEREO, was launched in 2006 by NASA. The spacecraft provided scientists a unique and revolutionary view of the Sun-Earth system. Composed of two nearly identical observatories, one ahead of Earth in its orbit, the other trailing behind, STEREO, a spacecraft, is still functional, but STEREO B is dead. Very recently, China joined the League of Sun Explorers. The Advanced Space-Based Solar Observatory, or ASOS, was successfully launched by National Space Science Centre. Chinese Academy of Sciences in October 2022 nicknamed Huafu-1. It's tasked to provide insight on how the sun's magnetic field causes coronal mass ejections.
We've got our cameras absolutely uninterruptedly focused on what's happening at the ISRO viewing gallery in Sriharikota. India Today's Akshita Nandagopal is standing by there. Her camera will not be turning away even for a moment, because that's what everyone is going to want to see. The fact that the viewing gallery is open now, and we will get those pictures in just a moment. I also want to go across, however, to India Today's Suryagni Roy. Suryagni, your name carries so much meaning today, more than ever before. India headed to the sun to do its own experiments on, among other things, Suryagni itself. Surya, what's the, you're at the Birla Institute today in Kolkata. Great deal of excitement. What's happening?
Shiv, it's the day of the sun, or it's Surya Day. And, as you mentioned, yes, it resembles my name, and I am way more happier reporting on this particular story than on any other, because, as you said, it has a resemblance with my name. But, over here at the Birla Industrial and Technological Museum in Calcutta, which has been doing a lot of space research related explainers ever since, we were kids, the explanation is happening over here how Aditya is going to impact our lives, because that is also something, which the normal man doesn't, really understand. So over here we have Tarun Das, who is the technical officer of this museum, and we'll ask him directly that, sir, you have assembled a lot of things over here. If you were showing us, with those balloons and how the rays impact, the sun's rays impact our lives, and how Aditya will be, able to help us. If you could just tell our viewers right now, what exactly is this setup and the main focus that you were explaining just a while back?
Ready? Black.
Actually, you know that first of all, you have to know that suppose that you are going by a ship or by an aeroplane, you need to know the very weather of the earth or this place or the destination that you are going to in between from the, starting point to the destination. You need to know the very, weather. Weather is a very great factor here. So, so before you go to your destination, you need to know the weather. And if you go for any interplanetary mission, you need to know the space weather. So what happens as a result, that our Aditya mission is just meant for different reasons. See, if you just take a look here, if this be your sun and if this be my earth, so from earth to sun the distance is 15 crore kilometers. And our point where this Aditya L1 mission take place means the destination is just 15 lakhs kilometers from the earth. Why we are going here? Why we are not doing all these experiments sitting on the earth? Because earth atmosphere and the magnetic field disturbs. It protects us, but it disturbs in some other meaning for the astronomical observations or the solar research. That's why we need to get out from this, and we are going 50 lakhs kilometers away to observe all this. In our Aditya spacecraft, there are 7 payloads, 7 machines. Each machine, each payloads, and everything is built indigenously. Everything is made in India. We are proud. Out of this, 4 will be always viewing our sun, and 3 will be on site.
I'm just going to come back to you in just a moment. Continue sending us that report. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment because G. Madhavan Nair, former ISRO chief, is with us live. Mr. Nair, great privilege to have you, sir, on a momentous day for ISRO. Your sentiments, your thoughts as ISRO's first solar mission is all set to blast off very shortly. Mr. Nair.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. First of all, let me wish all success to the team ISRO for the event which will take place within a few hours from now. Certainly, this is a much awaited mission, and we are looking towards the sun and trying to decipher several mysteries surrounding that. As the previous commentators have made, it is very difficult to make such observation from the ground because of the obstruction of the atmosphere and other particles around that. But at the same time, if you go to space, we will get a clear visibility. And of course, the low Earth orbit provides an opportunity, like in the AstroSat, but at the same time, it will be only for short periods, and also it will be obstructed by eclipses from other planets and so on. So to avoid this, ISRO has selected the Lagrangian point, where there is practically no interference from the other planets, and also a continuous observation of the solar system is possible. A few instruments are meant for monitoring the local ambient conditions of radiation, charged particles, magnetic field, and all those things in the spacecraft, whereas the 4 of them are meant to study in depth the phenomena which is taking place on the sun. As you know, it is a fusion reaction which is taking place continuously there, and also the heating of the corona is something which is not fully understood. Solar storms occur frequently, and that affects the ground-based communication system as well as our spacecraft as well. To get an understanding of all these things, and also to issue a early warning to the spacecraft about the imminent solar storm and the particle radiation, etc., is going to be of immense help. It will throw a lot of light into the fundamental about the solar, the sun and air coupling, which is very much essential to understand the weather and the climate phenomena on the ground.
Mr. Nair, one of the things that has become a huge talking point when talking about Aditya L1 and before this Chandrayaan is the amazing cost effectiveness with which ISRO is being able to execute these world-class missions, including Aditya L1, which we are told costs about, somewhere below $50 million, which is far less than comparable missions that have been conducted by other countries. You have headed ISRO, sir. How do you explain this?
Well, I think it's the systematic planning of ISRO which helps this thing. We do not create infrastructure or technology specifically for one mission alone. The technologies which has developed in the past and built consistently over time is made use of. The PSLV XL, this is the same launch vehicle we have used in the Chandrayaan-1 mission. So the vehicle development cost is not there. We had to only provide for the hardware which is to be used in this. Similarly, the spacecraft has got a lot of elements which are derived from the Chandrayaan spacecraft, and the sensors are developed by our laboratory here in Bangalore and in Pune and in Trivandrum. So these the in-house development of these sensors and technology definitely are very, very cost effective. As I mentioned earlier, the average cost of a ISRO scientist or technician is hardly 1/5 of that of the developed countries. That also is another factor. But more I will attribute to the careful planning and systematic growth plan which ISRO has adopted in the past.
Yes. Sneha, you have a question for Mr. Nair?
Yeah. I do. In fact, I want to ask you, sir, how difficult has it been in the past to get funding for ISRO? Because there has been a lot of chatter about this, at least in the political circles, about the difference in attitude vis-a-vis the financial aid or the funding that the ISRO essentially gets. So what do you have to say, given that you served as the chief of ISRO, sir?
Well, as you know, ISRO is a very lean organization, and more than that, it has got a 10-year profile by which it concentrates on technology development. These technologies are capitalized for the benefit of the common man. In fact, 95% of the budget of the ISRO is spent on providing services to the agriculture sector, fisheries, the forestry, the planning commission, the disaster management agency, and above all, the communication connectivity throughout the country and so on. So that the bulk of the funding is used for societal application. Hardly 5% of the budget is being spent for the scientific missions. And this again is a unique example which other developing countries or the countries we are in the process of achieving a global status can follow.
Mr. Nair, one final question, sir, and I thank you for your time. You know, you were in an interview yesterday also, which we saw, where you talked about how, budgetary support was not very forthcoming or comparatively less forthcoming under the UPA government. I know you're not a political man, but that the real boost has come under the Modi government. Is that true, sir?
Well, I think I was working ISRO in the UK team. And we had all the support and financial and political really, and a lot of highs during the time. But the UK time, UK the encouragement and the funding and the support were not in addition perhaps the leadership change also has happened to some extent. But after Modi took over, he took very keen interest in giving a trust to this area, and he saw the potential of how.
Okay, that's terrible audio. Terrible. Let's try and get Mr. Nair back on. Can we just try and fix that audio with Mr. Madhavan Nair? Mr. Nair, can you hear me clearly, sir?
Well,
I'm just going to get my team to contact you back so we can let you finish your answer in a clearer manner. So I think there's a bit of an audio glitch. I'll just go across to my colleague Akshita for a moment. We'll have G. Madhavan Nair back on us with us in 30 seconds from now. We're going to fix that line and get him back so he can finish his answer. Akshita, it's 1 hour to go now. 1 hour to go. 1 hour and 2 minutes to go. Obviously, excitement levels are going to be very, very high. We can see the command center live, beautiful live pictures of the PSLV rocket itself behind you. Very, very exciting. 1 hour to go, Akshita.
I'm considering myself very fortunate to be here. Shiv, you're right. The countdown is on. These are images. You can see the countdown. I'm not sure if you can see in detail, but the camera that's loaded there at the head of the PSLV, there's a countdown going that shows you that these are very much live images. And on the left there, Shiv, 1 hour, 1 minute to go for the launch. So you're going to then see PSLV take to the skies there. But look at these images that we're showing to you right now as we get you the live stream that ISRO is offering us. First time, by the way, because at 11:20 is when it's open to the public. But we decided to come here and show it to you so that our viewers get a sense of what's really happening in the mission control room, which looks packed right now with all of the ISRO scientists who are carefully scrutinizing all the data that they're able to get right now. At this point, with just about an hour to go, Shiv, obviously excitement will be very high, but they'll also be ensuring that everything is within their control. All countdown activity right now is underway. The official countdown started yesterday about 11:20, which is just about 30 minutes before the launch. That's when we'll start seeing all the activity and pace pick up in the mission control room. That's the crucial point when you will see an official countdown kicking off. You can see there just about 40 seconds to go. So I think we can declare, Shiv, that in 1 hour from now, Aditya L1 will take to the skies. In 1 hour from now, it will be liftoff from just meters away from me at the launch pad.
1 hour to go for the blast off of Aditya L1. G. Madhavan Nair, former ISRO chief, is back with us. Akshita, continue to stay with me. Your live frame is all that everyone wants to see. We're going to keep that on air. Mr. Nair, apologies, sir. There was a bit of an audio glitch when you were speaking. To my last question about budgetary support and interest from governments, UPA to Modi, you had talked about it yesterday. What can you share with us, sir?
Well, one thing, I was the chairman of the Space Research Organization during the UPA-1 regime, and Dr. Manmohan Ji has given a fantastic support, both financially and providing the guidance and oversight, and political support was unsuited. And that way we were able to climb great heights during the UPA-1 time. But for various reasons, UPA-2 time, the growth was not that substantial, and perhaps there was a small setback also in several areas. But after Modi ji took over, he took a very personal interest in seeing that the space technology is put to use for the development of the country. I still recall his first Independence Day speech from Red Fort. He has spent a few minutes highlighting how space can benefit the society. And he followed up with the meeting of secretaries and with the Space Department to implement the space application for the national level. To go back in history, after Chandrayaan 1 time, I met Modi ji at Gujarat. And after then, space technology and applications were emerging. And he very keenly listened to me, and he has given immediate command to see that the space application program in the state is given full trust. And within a month or so, we have developed a teleconference facility and also the monitoring for agriculture and so on in Gujarat state. In fact, he has followed the same spirit after he became PM also. Not only that he is giving full encouragement, but he is also given new initiatives like the Gaganyaan program, which will put us in the forefront of spacefaring nations. So that way the present government is fully supportive, and the leadership provided by Dr. Somnath in terms of guiding the team, ISRO team. ISRO team remains the same, and they are very highly qualified, committed, and hard-working, and they make a lot of personal sacrifices to achieve the mission goals. In fact, that team, along with the leadership, is certainly something which we can all be proud of.
Very, very true, and thank you for your words. And I'm sure the entire ISRO community is also listening to stalwarts like yourselves, and your blessings always matter, especially to young scientists who are out there, being very much a part of this amazing mission. Mr. G. Madhavan Nair, thank you very much for speaking to India Today. We're taking a very quick break. Remember, we're at the 1 hour point, less than 1 hour to go for the big launch of Aditya L1. On the other side of this 30-second break, we're taking you live. We won't be interrupting it with anything else in the big 60-minute countdown to the beautiful launch of India's Surya Namaskar. That's right after this. Stay with us.
Once again, India Today wins Best Channel of the Year.
thank you very much, viewers, for making the India Today group the most awarded TV news network at the ENVA Awards 2023.
Unwavering determination and a dream to represent India. Hailing from Kashmir's Kulgam district, 10-year-old specially abled Imad Nazir's love for cricket keeps him going. Imad draws his inspiration from Mahendra Singh Dhoni, but his own journey is an inspiration for many.
जब से मैंने क्रिकेट खेला है तब से मुझको महेंद्र सिंह धोनी फेवरेट प्लेयर है। मैं बॉलिंग भी करता हूँ, बैटिंग भी करता हूँ। मुझे डीसी साहब और एसएससी साहब ने मदद की। मैं आगे भी चाहता हूँ ऐसे मदद करे, मैं इंडिया का नाम रोशन करूँ।
Imad lost his mother when he was born. His father has been a constant support for him.
जो आपने ये वीडियो उठाया था वो वायरल हुआ और उसके ज़रिए फिर डीसी साहब या एसएसपी साहब ने वो वीडियो देख के इसकी बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्प की।
Imad is chasing his dreams against all odds. Recently, a video of his love for cricket went viral.
तो मैं लोग अमिस क्रिकेट शौक कर अमिस गो बचपन पान पे शौक क्रिकेट मे करन किस पे खुश गस तिथ पे गिंद कोर सपोर्ट अमिस हसा कोर डीसी साहबन ति मदद अमिस हसा कोर एसपी साहबन ति मदद तो बह हसा छु शुक्रगुजार डीसी साहबस एसपी साहबस अमिस गस हमेशा गसुन इथे पठन।
बच्चे के हाथ में बैट आप देख सकते हैं।
PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti spotted the video and shared Imad's story on social media.
इस दुनिया से इनकी मां का इंतकाल हो गया।
Cheers are pouring in for this little cricket enthusiast's dream to represent his country. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 40 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 25 degrees.
Watching India Today.
India's first ever solar mission. A mission to unlock mystery of the sun. Aditya L1 blast off from Sriharikota. India Today gets you a 360-degree launch view. Special broadcast from launch site Sriharikota. India's big Surya Namaskar.
Well, in 20 minutes from now, all the hectic activity is going to in fact start at the Satish Dhawan Space Centre, and in about 50 minutes from now, we'll see the takeoff of Aditya L1. They are keeping their eyes firmly on the sun. This time around, remember, this is India's maiden solar mission, and it's very, very special. Akshita and our team of reporters are joining us from Ground Zero. Shiv and I here in the studios to get you up to speed with every single development, and our experts also pitching in and joining in to share their perspective on that big story that we are tracking. First, a quick check of the headlines. After Moon, India aims for the sun. India's sun mission launches in less than an hour. Aditya L1 blast off at 11:50 a.m. Space-based mission to unravel the sun's secrets.
Shocker from Rajasthan. Pregnant woman stripped naked, beaten up in broad daylight by husband. 7 accused detained, 3 arrested. BJP goes all guns blazing against Ashok Gehlot Sarkar.
Jet Airways founder Naresh Goyal arrested by the ED. Goyal picked up from Delhi in the rupees 538 crores Canara Bank scam to be produced in court.
Preparations are on in full swing for the G20 summit in the national capital in just a few days from now. Delhi gets ready to host the world's most powerful leaders. Luxury hotels decked up to host the heads of state.
And in some sporting action, it's the clash of the Titans as India take on Pakistan in their Asia Cup opener today. A first ODI match between the two teams in 4 years.
Less than an hour, in fact, less than 50 minutes to go, viewer, for the Aditya launch. We're all standing by on that. Akshita joins us live from Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh, where the launch will be taking place at 11:50 a.m. It's currently 11:48 minutes to go. Less than 50, 47 minutes to go for that launch. Akshita, preparations must be pretty much locked and loaded now. Are there any variables that could lead to a postponement, or is everything looking smooth sailing now?
I think it's only the weather, Shiv, and I can vouch for the fact that it's an extremely sunny day outside, which is how it should be, considering we're talking about a sun mission. So it's ideal atmosphere right now. Everything's set. It's a get-go. There's no question of a postponement. I know that with Chandrayaan 3, there was a lot of talk of Plan B as far as the landing is concerned. The circumstances, of course, are extremely different. It's a launch, something that ISRO is extremely good at. It's their area of expertise, their strength. So at this point, doesn't look like there's any question of postponement. You can see the images behind me also. This is from inside the mission control room, and there is the head of the PSLV. It's inside there that our cherished and treasured Aditya L1 is seated comfortably. He's going to be taken to the skies by this massive PSLV C-57, referred to very fittingly as India's Bahubali. But you look at all the metrics on your screen and you can see this particular sequence, and this is what excites me the most, Shiv, because from this frame you get a sense of the mammoth size of the PSLV C-57. It's got a live countdown also going on. So multiple cameras that have been put up, which will essentially also tell us that in 46 minutes from now, we're going to have the best view of that launch. It's going to be a moment that India, that the world will remember. Everyone is talking about this launch and how we're going to be studying the sun, of which there are still so many mysteries, so many unanswered questions. That countdown is to 46 minutes, Shiv. But now I can tell you that at 11:20, which is in just about 15 minutes from now, we will start getting in live updates from the mission control room, which means that besides this visual that we're showing you here exclusively on India Today, considering we've gotten access here at the media gallery, you will also be able to hear what's happening in the mission control room. Inside, Dr. Somnath, the entire ISRO team, all of them are currently seated. They are going through all the necessary data, going through all necessary protocol and procedure. But what we're picking up really from the mission control room, which is just meters away from the building that I'm currently in, is that everyone's cool, everyone's confident that this liftoff will be extremely successful for the next 4 months. They will continue to track the journey of Aditya L1, who sits perched right on the top of that PSLV rocket there.
In fact, Akshita is on the inside of the viewing gallery, has that amazing view of the command center and where things are at. We also have Pramod Madhav, who's with us from outside. He's got a view of the place from where the launch will actually take place. So the rocket's going to be blasting off right behind him in the distance. Lovely sunny day, everything confirmed, everything on track, Pramod. Do we have Pramod? Okay, we don't have Pramod. We'll get back to Pramod in just a bit. We're going to stay with our reporters in Sriharikota for the moment. Akshita, the scientists are there. Dr. Somnath is there. The project directors are there. But, the launch of a rocket might seem like a very big deal for us. But for ISRO, it's like baएं हाथ का खेल. They've become past masters at it. They've become the admiration of the entire world for being able to do this on such an effortless, almost daily basis. They were the cynosure of the world's eyes just a few days ago over Chandrayaan, and here they are blasting off for the sun. The PSLV is a workhorse rocket, but there's very little that's that puts the pressure on ISRO as far as a day like this is concerned. Launches are their game.
We do it for other countries, Shiv. So that tells you, how much it's our area of expertise. PSLV, GSLVs, all of these are mammoth rockets who've proven their sturdiness, who've proven their accomplishments over the course of many years. So this part right here is what ISRO will believe they have in the bag. Now, what are the challenges? We've spoken to many scientists, many experts who say, look, there are two things that you need to watch out for going forward. Now, in the next less than 1 hour, you're going to be seeing the launch happening. After that, what happens next? It's not like, the ISRO scientists can put their hands up and say, look, we've got this now. It's not the case at all, because it's going to take 4 months for them to reach 1.5 million kilometers from where they are, about 11 lakh kilometers essentially. And then after that also, for 5 years, Aditya L1 will be in action. Right now, he's seated comfortably and PSLV will be doing all the hard work. But once he reaches that particular point of, in fact, Lagrange 1, which is the point where, in fact, ISRO is aiming to have him on a halo orbit, he's going to be hard at work. So the challenge is going to be the travel, the 4 months travel, constant monitoring that they'll have to do. The slingshot model, which I was referring to, which ISRO has become an expert at. They're known for, by the way, in the field of astronomy. Most agencies now look at ISRO because of the way we've managed to ensure that we send our satellites, we send our spacecraft to all of these locations at minimal cost, which you referred to, and that is using a slingshot model as well. So they essentially will be doing that in this particular case as well, to ensure that the L1 reaches that particular point. And then the other big challenge will be to ensure that all 7 payloads are up and running, are up and working, much like Chandrayaan 3. When it was the soft landing and we came to that point, that was the hardest part. Here, of course, there's no question of a landing. There's no question of Aditya L1 remaining static. He's going to constantly be moving for the next 5 years. But in those 5 years, constantly getting in data, feeding it back to our scientists, not in Sriharikota, but in Bengaluru, which is where your tracking center is. Sriharikota is where the launch will happen. After this, all the scientists will shift base back to Bengaluru, Shiv, and constantly monitor and track Aditya L1.
The sun mission is going to last much longer than Chandrayaan. Chandrayaan is 14 days. The wealth of data that comes down from the Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover is going to be studied for many years together. But the active phase of Chandrayaan ends at the end of 14 days. But the Aditya L1 mission will go on for months, years and beyond, because it's literally something that is powered by the sun. It's going to be a solar powered satellite. It's going to draw its energy from the sun. It's going to be 1.5 million kilometers closer to the solar system star, and therefore the wealth of data and knowledge and wisdom and information that it's going to be able to glean from the sun is an extremely exciting prospect. But today we're not going to be seeing the sun. The sun's in the sky, of course, but we're going to be seeing the rocket that takes the L1 towards the sun. India Today's Pramod Madhav is also on the outside. Akshita is inside. Pramod Madhav is outside. You saw Pramod in July at this very same spot, Pramod, when the when the Chandrayaan 3 blasted off from the Sriharikota Space Centre. You're back there now for Aditya. The weather couldn't be better, as Akshita said. Looks like we're going to see another rocket blasting off behind you, Pramod.
Absolutely, Shiv. In fact, like Akshita said, we have a pretty bright sun, not much clouds at all. But this is an actual kind of like a salt lake which is evaporating, and water tides are increasing day by day. So we had to find another spot. But we could actually, it seems like this spot is much better because we could see the rockets launched by SLP almost much closer as well. And this is the same spot where earlier we showed you the Chandrayaan 3 being launched by the LVM3. And right now on the second launch pad, in between all those four huge antennas, that what you see over those structures is the PSLV C57, the workhorse, and we are waiting probably another 40 minutes or so. The launch is going to happen, and we're expecting to get a brilliant view from this spot.
Pramod, be with us. In fact, I'm going to go back to our colleague Akshita, who was in fact at the viewing gallery. You know, Akshita, the most stunning part of this entire exercise, this mission, and we've seen an example of this from Chandrayaan 3, and Shiv would agree, because Shiv would be jumping with excitement each time ISRO would put out a picture. I've seen that. You know, Shiv, what are you going to do next? 1,400 pictures from the first payload is what the first payload is going to be sending every single day. One picture of the sun every minute. Shiv, Akshita first.
Sneha, like we're getting pictures from Chandrayaan 3, and it's got us all so excited because you get a glimpse of the moon, you see the Pragyan rover in action, you see lander Vikram standing firmly on the lunar surface. Now I'm very, very excited that we're going to get a sense of what the sun looks like, and you're going to see it from the core. Essentially what Aditya L1 will do is he's going to be essentially reading into all the layers of your sun. So that's the chromosphere, the photosphere, and the outer layer, the coronal layer. That's going to be interesting. But second, like I've said, what I find most interesting is that you're also going to be reading and seeing images, hopefully, of solar flares, of solar emissions. And the reason I find that particularly interesting, which many people also say, experts, is that it gives you a sense of, how much work really and how much the sun can affect, how solar activity affects stuff on Earth. It was interesting because I was reading about how yesterday, on September 1st, in 1859, there was something referred to as the Carrington effect. Now, on that day, there was such a massive solar flare that it actually burnt up telegram wires. And till date, there's so much research that still goes into what happened in 1859. And that tells you essentially how much we still have, to study the sun, how much we still don't know about solar activity and how it affects the Earth. Whether it's through solar winds, whether, it's through solar particles, all of that is still being studied right now, which is why ISRO's this mission, Aditya L1, is not just being viewed here in India as a game changer, but across the world. Everyone is talking about this mission and perhaps revelations that it will bring to the fore. 5 years we will have where we're going around the sun, not around the sun, but essentially in that halo orbit away from the sun. And for 5 years, we'll be getting pictures, we'll be getting on-site data, and of course light from the sun. We're going to be studying that very closely.
It's going to be limitless what the Aditya L1 can actually achieve. You know, one of the biggest talking points that we've been, that this project has been subjected to in the international sphere is a sense of absolute shock over how cost effective this mission is. I'm going to play out some of that data for you in just a bit, but also want to tell you that ISRO is not just situated in Bengaluru and in Sriharikota, but also in Ahmedabad, where the Space Application Centre is situated, where a large part of the monitoring and analysis takes place. That's the reason why we have Milan Sharma joining us live from Ahmedabad as well. Milan, scientists at ISRO centers across the country are all in top gear this Saturday morning. It's a big day for them, including for the scientists at ISRO at the Space Application Centre in Ahmedabad, where you are. But it's not just the scientists who are excited about today. Milan.
Well, Shiv, you know, out of the 7 payloads that will be on Aditya L1, we know that 6 of them will be switched off for a time, but the only payload that will be on during a cruise phase has been created here at the ISRO Space Application Centre in Ahmedabad. And of course, that being said, a lot of scientists are looking at Aditya L1 launch today, but so are the children. You know, it's a great opportunity for children to learn something new. And I'm at the Science City here in Ahmedabad, where the children are being taught what exactly is Aditya L1. And I also want to go and speak to these excited young ones who are the ones that take the opportunity to learn more. You are being taught here about Aditya L1. What do you understand? Just tell me in a short sentence.
Aditya L1 is a mission which will go in the L1 range, means lying range of sun, which is in between the earth and sun. There is zero gravity in that, and it will maintain the same. If it will go around the sun, then how it can pass message to earth, and if it will be in the median, and it can
Excellent. Which class are you in?
I'm in 8th.
8th standard. What about you?
I'm also in 8th standard. I understood that the Aditya L1 mission will study about the sun, the outermost layer also, and this is for 109 days.
All right. So the mission will take about 127 to more days to reach. But just want to talk to a few more children, Shiv, before I toss back to you. What is the message you want to send to our Indian scientists who are constantly working on new missions?
We are very proud to be an Indian. I want to tell that. Before the establishment of ISRO, the New York published a message, means image type. In that image, it showed that Indian scientists are nothing in front of NASA institution, and they were going to join the NASA institution. But now we can show that we can do anything, whatever we want. We have the power of science and technology.
So cute, excellent, Shiv. So every child, everyone knows India's progress when it comes to launching missions now into space. And of course, that little child also knew the kind of work that India has now done to reach, or not do we want to reach an elite club, but just the fact that India's not a country behind anymore on any sort of space missions. And of course, the excitement here will build on just moments before the launch as these young minds are being told about India's sun mission today. Shiv, back to you.
It's absolutely incredible. Young minds, ignited minds, expressing their pride about ISRO and what our scientists are doing today is something that cannot be replicated. It's something that is going to have so many benefits going into the future, making India more than just the kind of space power it already is, but a country that is seen to be one to be emulated even by the big established space powers like the United States, Europe, Russia and others. I'm going to stay live with these pictures. I don't want to move away from these pictures now because it's 11:17, just over half hour to go for that launch. So I don't want, the pictures you see on my screen right now are the live pictures. These are live, undeferred, unedited pictures from the launch site at the Satish Dhawan Space Centre, and I don't want our viewers to miss even a moment of that. So I'm going to keep those pictures on our screen, and I'm going to get you some of the latest reactions and sound bites we've gotten here on our coverage. Listen in.
Next launch is this one, Aditya L1. What is next launch? Another one. After that launch is Gaganyaan launch. Gaganyaan launch will be a test vehicle launch. So it is getting ready. So that will happen mostly by October, first or second week.
Another one, sir.
After that, we will have launch of GSLV Mark II GSLV launch for INSAT 3DS. Then we will have launch of SSLV D3. Okay. Then again we will have launch of PSLV. Then we will have launch of GSLV Mark III. Like that it will continue. Huh?
Okay, I'm just going to be showing you in just a moment what the India Today cover looks like. Very, very proud to show you the new India Today magazine cover, which is a tribute to India's space heroes. I'll have that on your screen in just a couple of minutes from now. But pictures live on your screen of the Satish Dhawan Space Centre, where that PSLV C5 rocket will be blasting off 30 minutes from now. Very, very crucial time. In 10 minutes from now, the live commentary will begin from the ISRO. And I'm, of course, going to shut up completely so all of our viewers can listen to that, without any interruptions and without any distractions. That's a promise from India Today's side that you'll be able to hear all the sounds coming in from ISRO. Currently, there's no audio from the ground. We'll be going across to Akshita and Pramod in just a moment. This is what the launch pad looks like right now, viewer. Live pictures of the launch pad. Everything is set. Only final touch personnel are on site to conduct last-minute inspections before all humans move away from the site for the final blast off. 30 minutes to go for that mission to begin. It's going to take 1 hour for the rocket to push the Aditya L1 into low Earth orbit, and then it begins a 120-day, 4-month journey towards what is called the Lagrange 1 point, which is about 1.5 million kilometers between the Earth and the Sun. Not close to the Sun at all, but far closer to the Sun than we are here on Earth. Pramod's got the real view that everyone wants, and he's live with us from a place which has a beautiful vantage point from where you're going to be able to see that the blast off taking place against India's eastern coast sky. Pramod, no turning back now. Everything locked and loaded. Okay, we'll go back to Pramod. I think there's some audio issues, but we're still going to stay with these pictures. What you're seeing on your screen right now, you can see one clear image. That's the outside camera showing you what's going on. The slightly more blurry grey images, viewer, are images taken from the telemetry and data screens inside ISRO, and that's why camera to camera they look a little blurred, but those are crystal clear images that our scientists, men and women of ISRO, are receiving live from the launch pad. Let's just listen into some of the audio coming in.
और इसके बाद रोवर ने पृथ्वी से 3,80,000 किलोमीटर दूर चंद्रमा पर विचरण कर भारत की अमिट छाप छोड़ दी है। इसके साथ ही भारत चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर सकुशल उतरने वाला विश्व का पहला देश बन चुका है। यह सब संभव हो पाया है इसरो के कुशल मार्गदर्शन और वैज्ञानिकों के अथक प्रयास से, लेकिन ये तो सिर्फ शुरुआत है। चंद्रमा अब इसरो तेजोमय सूर्य के अध्ययन के प्रयोजन से आदित्य L1 नामक अंतरिक्ष यान को आज 2 सितंबर 2023 को श्रीहरिकोटा के द्वितीय प्रमोचन मंच से भारतीय मानक समय के अनुसार सुबह 11:50 पर PSLV C57 रॉकेट द्वारा प्रमोचित करेगा। आइए चलें सूर्य की ओर और विज्ञान के कुछ और रहस्यों से पर्दा उठाने और वैज्ञानिक तकनीक का प्रदर्शन करने। तो बने रहिए हमारे साथ आज के इस मिशन में, जिसका नाम है PSLV C57 आदित्य L1 मिशन।
MC2 CDP and control, real-time programs loaded.
Namaste viewers. The Indian Space Research Organization is gearing for its rendezvous with the Sun.
R2 pulsar on.
To take you along on the live telecast of this momentous event today, I am Madhuri, giving the commentary in English.
Before MOTR, you can switch on the radio.
With me is my co-commentator, Shrivikas Swarnakar, who will be giving the commentary in Hindi.
Copied.
We are about to script yet another chapter in the glorious space research history of India. Today, the workhorse rocket PSLV C57 will carry Aditya L1, the solar observatory of India, to be placed at a vantage point from where it will be able to continuously observe the sun and while being in the visibility of Earth-based ground stations. 10 days ago, India became the first country in the world to safely land a spacecraft in the South Polar regions on the moon. I'm sure many of you were the eager and proud spectators of the Chandrayaan-3 landing that was being telecast from ISRO, situated in Bangalore.
Roger.
We bring to you an integration film for the PSLV C57 that took place in Satish Dhawan Space Centre, Sriharikota.
Just saw pictures of Dr. Somnath and senior scientists from the Aditya L1 project who were on your screen just a moment ago. These are pictures, of course, from earlier in the preparations of the Aditya L1 and the rocket that's going to be taking it towards the sun. But the ISRO commentary will be starting, has already started as a matter of fact, and will be on until the launch. And so we're going to stay live on that. Pramod Madhav is back with us. I hope he can hear me. Pramod, you're going to have the best view in the room of this big blast off. Looks like everything's locked and loaded. Dr. Somnath in live pictures was just visible to us briefly. He looked busy. I'm sure we'll get a chance to speak to him a little later.
357 XL mission.
It absolutely is, Shiv, and yes, we do have the best view. In fact, that's behind me. Within those four structures that you see is the PSLV C57, fully loaded with the Aditya L1, completely loaded with all the required fuel, and is ready for launch. And just probably 20-30 minutes, we are going to see it soar up the sky. And this is one point we saw the magnificent LV-M3 soar up as well. And you could see that even the sky is pretty clear, and we are hopeful and waiting for a brilliant launch from here. ISRO scientists have also stated that whatever parameters, weather parameters that are required have all been good so far, and that's the reason they chose this day, especially 11:50 a.m. as the time period. And there you see the rocket is ready to be launched, Shiv.
The rocket is completely ready to be launched. In these pictures on the ISRO screens, the sky looks grey, but I can guarantee you the sky is absolutely blue. It's a beautifully sunny day, and the sun is the destination for this rocket that's going to be blasting off, carrying the Aditya L1 spacecraft. $45 million is the cost of this entire mission. Less than half of what the next most expensive project of this kind has actually cost its space agency. So all eyes are now on the launch pad, this camera fixed on the launch pad from where in just a few minutes from now, it's 23 minutes to go for the launch, the liftoff of the PSLV C5 rocket carrying the Aditya L1 launch, putting India in an amazing exclusive club. And I'm bringing Sneha back in on our coverage as well. Sneha, of just a few countries that have attempted something like this. The United States, of course, has far more advanced missions. In fact, in 2021, their Parker probe, managed to briefly touch the sun's corona itself, which is a very advanced achievement. But what India has done is only take that next step in the exploration of the sun. And that's the picture we're looking at right now, the beginnings of that.
Well, absolutely. And Shiv, look at the kind of enthusiasm that really stands out as far as these developments from ISRO and how they've delighted the entire country, first with the Chandrayaan-3 mission and now with Aditya L1 mission. I think essentially the scientists are concerned, Professor Somnath's enthusiasm and the confidence really comes through. Also, Shiv, the very fact that scientists have been talking about the kind of boost these missions have got with the Modi government essentially at the center. So talking to us a little about what has been said about the very fact that financially the aid has been pouring in as far as ISRO is concerned. It does look like, Shiv, in the next few days and the weeks to come, like Professor Somnath Shiv was pointing out, we have a lot of things in the pipeline, isn't it? With the first test vehicle also for Gaganyaan almost, which is going to be ready pretty much by the second week of October.
Absolutely. The ISRO has its hands absolutely full. The viewing areas in Sriharikota, near Sriharikota, which happens to be in the Tirupati district of Andhra Pradesh. You can see there, this is the spectating area where large crowds are already gathered. They do this every time there's a rocket launch by ISRO. And why not? If you have a beautiful view of an amazing element in India's space dreams, why wouldn't you be there? It's a beautiful sunny day. People out there with their umbrellas, crisp sunny days. You can see in these live pictures from the launch pad. So we're all waiting now. 20 minutes to go for that launch. We're going to stay exclusively on these pictures. You can see Dr. Somnath and others in some of these live pictures that are coming in. I don't have control over what these cameras are showing you because this is ISRO's live feed that we've got for you here. Unedited live pictures coming in. Let's just get the sound up and listen to some of that ISRO commentary.
देखा जा सकता है.
Channel 2 at T-20 minutes. No confirmation is needed.
यह अंतरिक्षयान विद्युत चुंबकीय और कण चुंबकीय क्षेत्र सूचकांकों का उपयोग करके फोटोस्फीयर, क्रोमोस्फीयर और सूर्य के सबसे बाहरी परत, जिसे हम कोरोना के नाम से जानते हैं, इनका निरीक्षण करने के लिए इसमें 7 निदभार लगे हुए हैं. इनमें से 4 निदभार सीधे सूर्य की गतिकी का अध्ययन करेंगे तथा अन्य 3 निदभार L1 बिंदु पर कणों और क्षेत्रों का यथास्थिति अध्ययन करेंगे. इस तरह आदित्य L1 उपग्रह के निदभार कोरोनल तापन, कोरोनल मास इजेक्शन, प्री फ्लेयर और फ्लेयर गतिविधियों और उनकी विशेषताओं और अंतरिक्ष मौसम की गतिशीलता को समझने के लिए अत्यधिक महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी प्रदान करेंगे. अब आपके सामने प्रस्तुत है आदित्य L1 कर्टेन रेजर.
The PSLV C-57 is prepared to launch the 1,480 kg Aditya L1 spacecraft into Earth-bound orbit, from which it will be placed into a halo orbit around the L1 point in 4 months. The satellite is intended to study the Sun and how it impacts the halosphere. The Sun, which is the center of our solar system and has always fascinated humans, is a ball of hot gases formed by the nuclear fusion process. The visible outer surface of the Sun is known as the photosphere, followed by the nuclear fusion process. The visible outer surface of the Sun is known as the photosphere, followed by the chromosphere and then the corona. After initially dropping through the chromosphere, the Sun's temperature abruptly rises in the corona, reaching extremely high values of 1 to 3 million Kelvin. The Aditya L1 mission has 7 scientific payloads to conduct a comprehensive study of the Sun. The Visible Emission Line Coronagraph, VELC, investigates the solar corona and the dynamics of coronal mass ejections. The Solar Ultraviolet Imaging Telescope, SOOT payload, scans the solar disk in near ultraviolet light and detects fluctuations in solar irradiance. The Aditya Solar Wind Particle Experiment, ASPEX, and Plasma Analyzer Package for Aditya Papa payloads investigate the solar wind and energetic ions, as well as their energy distributions. The Solar Low Energy X-ray Spectrometer, SOLEXIS, and the High Energy L1 Orbiting X-ray Spectrometer, HELIOS, analyze X-ray flares from the Sun over a wide energy range. The magnetometer payload is designed to measure the interplanetary magnetic field at the L1 point. Aditya L1 is equipped to take in situ measurements of charged particles and fields at L1 and is dedicated to studying the Sun across several energy bands. The Lagrange point L1 is located around 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth between the Sun and the Earth.
18 minutes and counting.
These observations are best made from a vantage point that provides a continuous view of the Sun. All payloads are designed in close coordination with ISRO centers and national laboratories like as IIA, IUCAA and PRL. With this mission, ISRO will once again demonstrate its position in space exploration.
We are 17 minutes 23 seconds from the launch time. The countdown for PSLV C-57 Aditya L1 mission has been 24 hours long. It had started yesterday. During the countdown, critical activities have been carried out on the launch vehicle and the spacecraft. The propellant have been serviced into the launch vehicle stages. The bottles storing the gases for command and control operations have been charged to pre-launch pressure levels.
Roger. Control
The onboard batteries have been charged.
Confirmed external hold mode. LCC Roger.
Now in a little while we'll go to the automatic launch sequence initiation, for which the preparations are underway in the launch and mission control centers.
ROD to Mission Director. Range is ready for PSLV C-57 Aditya L1 mission.
Mission Director Roger. TTC Director to Mission Director. All TTC Director confirms readiness of all his track stations and network for supporting
अभी आपने सुना
C-57 Aditya L1 mission. Mission Director Roger.
उपग्रह निदेशक, निदेशक, टेलीमेट्री, टेलीकॉम निदेशक तथा यान निदेशक ने अपने तंत्रों की सूचना मिशन निदेशक को दे दी है। इसके पश्चात
T-16 minutes and
सभी आंकड़े संतोषजनक होने पर
Mission Readiness Review and Launch Authorization Board have already given clearance for proceeding with the countdown and launch of PSLV C-57 Aditya L1 mission. All operations in the countdown sequence till automatic launch sequence have been completed satisfactorily. Based on the clearance obtained from launch vehicle, spacecraft, range and distract network stations and prevailing favorable weather conditions, Mission Director hereby authorizes to initiate launch operation sequence for the launch of PSLV C-57 Aditya L1 mission at 11:50 hours IST today, that is 2nd September 2023.
all stations to note, Mission Director has given authorization for the launch of PSLV C-57 Aditya L1 mission.
SDS servers activated. MC confirmed.
अभी आपने देखा इस मिशन के मिशन डायरेक्टर श्री SR बीजू ने इस मिशन का
hereby authorize us to initiate automatic launch sequence for the launch of PSLV C-57 Aditya L1 mission.
Automatic launch sequence initiated for PSLV C-57 Aditya L1 mission.
The automatic launch sequence, the initiation has been announced, and hereafter a very critical capsule of performance validation for the launch vehicle systems will be carried out, and very close to the launch time, control will be passed on to the onboard computers.
जी हाँ, ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस चालू हो चुका है। ALS शुरू होने के पश्चात रॉकेट स्वचालित होकर सर्वप्रथम T-0.3 सेकेंड्स पर RCT का प्रज्वलन शुरू करेगा और T0 पर कोर बूस्टर S139 का प्रज्वलन शुरू होगा। लेकिन इस दौरान वह स्वचालित तरीके से सभी जांच जारी रखे हुए है।
PS2 control system, rotary chain actuation in progress.
On your TV screens, Honorable Minister of State for Science and Technology and Prime Minister's Office, Dr. Jitendra Singh. This mission is the 91st launch mission of ISRO and 59th of Workhorse PSLV. As mentioned earlier, PSLV's XL version with 6 strap-on motors alongside the core S139 motor is being used for the present mission. This is the 25th time PSLV XL is getting ready for launch. So far in the year 2023, ISRO has launched SSLV's maiden successful mission, 2 commercial missions of PSLV, 1 mission of GSLV carrying the first among the second generation of navigation satellites, 1 commercial mission of LVM-3 and another mission of LVM-3 again, carrying the prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
PS4 control system activation in progress.
आदित्य L1 जो कि एक अंतरिक्ष यान है इस मिशन का, इसको पृथ्वी से 235 बाई 19,500 किलोमीटर की निम्न भूकक्षा में 19.2 डिग्री के झुकाव के साथ अंतक्षेपित किया जाएगा। इस कक्षा में निर्धारित आर्ग्यूमेंट ऑफ पेरिजी 346.6 डिग्री को प्राप्त करने के लिए PSLV के चतुर्थ चरण को 2 बार प्रज्वलित कर इसे प्राप्त किया जाएगा। आर्ग्यूमेंट ऑफ पेरिजी असेंडिंग मोड और पेरिजी के बीच के कोण है जिसे कक्षीय तल के साथ मापा जाता है। आदित्य L1 के इस दीर्घाकार कक्षा में अंतक्षेपण के पश्चात उचित समय पर और उचित अभिवृत्ति में अंतरिक्ष यान में लगे लिक्विड एपोजी मोटर्स को फायर कर कक्षांतरण किया जाएगा और इस तरह 5वीं बार में LAM मोटर को फायर कर यान को पृथ्वी की प्रभावी क्षेत्र से बाहर निकलने में समुचित गति प्राप्त की जाएगी। फिर वह पृथ्वी की कक्षा से छोड़कर सूर्य की कक्षा में प्रवेश करेगा और ऐसा करते हुए यह करीब 125 दिनों का समय लगेगा। 125 दिनों बाद यह L1 पॉइंट के पास पहुंचकर और उसकी परिक्रमा करना शुरू कर देगा और यही वह L1 पॉइंट है जहां पर से यह अपने वैज्ञानिक उद्देश्यों का भी प्रतिपादन करेगा। अब हम उड़ान से 11 मिनट की दूरी पर
कंट्रोल सिस्टम एक्टिवेशन इन प्रोग्रेस।
Let me in the meantime tell the viewers about the flight events that the launch of PSLV C57 Aditya L1 will take. This mission is among the longest flights of PSLV. It is going to last for 63 minutes and 19 seconds. The liftoff coincides with the ignition of core S139 solid rocket motor and the ignition of the 4 ground-lit strap-ons. While the rocket is at 2.7 kilometers altitude, the 2 air-lit strap-ons also commence their operation. The action time of strap-on motors is 70 seconds and the ground-lit and air-lit strap-ons are separated from the ongoing launch vehicle at 70 and 92 seconds into the flight, respectively. The core S139 motor continues to thrust till 110 seconds. Since the second stage of PSLV operates on pressure-fed liquid engine, the optimal performance of the engine is ensured if the effect thrust cutoff or separation of the lower stage is countered by additional means of thrust generation. Therefore, the alleged motors provided for this purpose ignite 3 seconds before the first stage separation and continue to thrust for 11 seconds. The second stage, PS2, commences its operation 200 milliseconds after the separation of first stage. By this time, the rocket would have attained 55 kilometers altitude. The closed-loop guidance is initiated, which compares the present state of rocket to the intended injection point to compute an optimal trajectory. This happens while the rocket is at 59.7 kilometers altitude. At 204 seconds into the flight, the payload fairing is separated as the launch vehicle attains 113 kilometers altitude and the dense atmosphere is no longer present around. These events are taking place in the operational regime of the second stage, which lasts for 153 seconds. PS2 is separated 262.4 seconds into the flight at an altitude of 130 kilometers, while the relative velocity is 4.9 kilometers per second. The third stage, PS3, ignites about a second later and burns for 118 seconds, during which time it adds 12 kilometers to the altitude and enhances relative velocity tremendously from 4.9 kilometers per second to 7.3 kilometers per second. There is a coast phase of 200 seconds that follow PS3 burnout, during which there is no thrust being developed, but the rocket continues to be steered. At 581 seconds into the flight, the PS3 separates and the last in the fourth stage of the rocket, together with the Aditya L1 spacecraft, coasts for a long time thereafter. Till 1396 seconds into flight, the tracking stations at Shar, Port Blair, Brunei and back will be acquiring the real-time performance data of the flight. But thereafter, there is no visibility period of around 1600 seconds or 27 minutes. The fourth stage burns twice. First time for a duration of 30 seconds and second time for a duration of 472 seconds. The first burn takes place in no visibility zone, and the second burn is tracked by a shipborne terminal placed in Pacific Ocean. About 200 seconds after the completion of second burn of PS4, the injection conditions for the separation of Aditya L1 are expected to be achieved. An altitude of 648.7 kilometers
T-minus 7 minutes
and a relative velocity of 8.9 kilometers per second, which translates into an orbit of 235 by 19,500 kilometers. The injection event of Aditya L1 will be confirmed by tracking station at Kourou. From the initial placement in low Earth orbit, Aditya L1 will undergo a series of earthbound orbit raising, and eventually it will exit Earth's sphere of influence to reach Lagrange's point L1 in a journey spanning over 4 months. There it will be placed in a halo orbit around L1. This is how India's first observatory class space-based solar mission will take shape.
Vehicle is in internal battery power.
अब हम उड़ान से 6 मिनट की दूरी पर हैं। ALS जारी है। सभी जांच सुचारू रूप से जारी हैं। इस दौरान यहाँ उपस्थित आप देखिए, यहाँ
External power supplies are withdrawn.
व्यूअर्स गैलरी पे, लॉन्च व्यू गैलरी पे उपस्थित जन आक्रोश, इनका रोमांच देखते ही बनता है। इतनी मौसम यहाँ लगभग 37 डिग्री का टेम्परेचर है, वायु गति 0.8 मीटर पर सेकेंड। इन सब के बावजूद यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं इस रोमांच को देखने के लिए। एयर ट्रैफिक कंट्रोलर और मौसम विभाग की अनुमति भी प्राप्त की जा चुकी है। विभिन्न ऊंचाई पर वायु गति माप ली गई है और इसे ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर पर लोड कर दिया गया है।
The Satish Dhawan Space Centre has its own meteorology department which keeps a very close watch on the weather at the launch base. Weather today is going to be dry and hot. The skies will remain clear. Ground winds will be benign and upper winds also are benign for the flight of PSLV C-57 Aditya L1 mission. We are 4 minutes, 23 seconds to the launch.
सभी वैज्ञानिक अपने कंसोल पर आंकड़े देखते हुए सभी तंत्र सामान्य निष्पादन कर रहे हैं। अब हम 4 मिनट की दूरी पर हैं उड़ान से।
T-4 minutes and counting.
सामान्यतः PSLV के मिशन लगभग 2000 सेकेंड में प्राप्त कर लिए जाते हैं, लेकिन यह मिशन कुछ अलग है। इस मिशन में PSLV के चतुर्थ चरण यानी PS4 को 2 बार में प्रज्वलित कर यह उद्दिष्ट कक्षा प्राप्त की जाएगी। इसका मतलब PS4 को प्रथम कोस्टिंग फेज के बाद प्रज्वलित किया जाएगा, फिर 30 सेकंड प्रज्वलित रहकर यह बंद हो जाएगा, फिर करीब 1600 सेकंड की कोस्टिंग फेज जारी रहेगी। तत्पश्चात फिर से PS4 को प्रज्वलित कर 472 सेकंड तक प्रणोद उत्पन्न किया जाएगा और फिर शांत हो जाएगा। आदित्य L1 के कक्षा की स्थिति प्राप्त होते ही उसे निर्दिष्ट कक्षा में अंतक्षेपित किया जाएगा। इस तरह पूरे मिशन में लगभग 3800 सेकंड का समय लगेगा।
T-3 minutes and counting.
यह PSLV C57 का प्रमोशन यान ट्रैकिंग के संदर्भ में भी काफ़ी जटिल है। इसे ट्रैक करने के लिए शॉर, पोर्ट ब्लेयर, ब्रूने और बैग स्थित ग्राउंड स्टेशन हमें वास्तविक समय पे यान की जानकारी उपलब्ध कराते रहेंगे। लेकिन चतुर्थ चरण के प्रज्वलन के समय यान हमारे ग्राउंड स्टेशन की दृष्टि से दूर जा चुका होगा, इसलिए शिपबोर्न ट्रैकिंग या शिपबोर्न टर्मिनल को दक्षिणी पैसिफिक महासागर में स्थित किया गया है। वह हमें PS4 बर्न 1 और बर्न 2 की जानकारी उपलब्ध कराएगा। इसके बाद PS4 शट ऑफ और आदित्य L1 के अंतक्षेपण की पुष्टि कुरु फ्रेंच गयाना स्थित ग्राउंड स्टेशन से की जाएगी।
T-2 minutes and counting.
अब हम उड़ान से 1 मिनट 50 सेकंड की दूरी पर। यह PSLV की 59वीं उड़ान होगी और इस PSLV XL संस्करण में यह 25वीं उड़ान है। इसरो के वर्क हॉर्स कहे जाने वाले इस रॉकेट कई ऐतिहासिक मिशन को सफलतापूर्वक संपन्न किया है, जिसमें चंद्रयान 1 और मार्स ऑर्बिटर मिशन उल्लेखनीय हैं। यह प्रमोशन वर्ष 2023 का 7वां मिशन होगा। इस साल की शुरुआत में SSLV के सफल प्रमोशन से शुरुआत कर LVM-3 के 2 प्रमोशन, GSLV Mark 2 का 1 और PSLV के 2 सफल प्रमोशन हो चुके हैं। यह PSLV का वर्तमान वर्ष में 3रा मिशन है।
All stations stand by for the time mark. T-1 minute and counting. Minus 55 seconds.
All subs are armed.
Minus 50 seconds.
All sequencers armed.
तो हमारे साथ बने रहिए। अब 40 सेकंड पर
Minus 40 seconds.
प्रमोशन किया जाएगा।
HPP open.
Minus 35 seconds. Minus 30 seconds.
Real-time programs activated.
Minus 25 seconds.
PS2 VSPP open.
Minus 20 seconds.
PS1 ignition RMS arm.
Minus 15 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Liftoff normal.
P1 tracking. P3 tracking.
Magnificent liftoff of PSLV C57 with Aditya L1 on board.
Plus 15 seconds.
PSLV C57 का सफल उत्थापन और इसके साथ प्रथम भारतीय सौर अंतरिक्ष यान निकल चुका है सूर्य के तेज से विज्ञान को प्रकाश करने। इसके साथ ही एक और कदम है अंतर्ग्रहीय सफर में भारत की उपस्थिति सिद्ध करने का। आप देख रहे हैं PSLV C57 प्रथम चरण पूरी तरह सामान्य।
The rocket flying forth, following nominal trajectory and developing nominal thrust. The bright fumes against a clear midday sky. A rocket launch is more than just a sight to behold. The roaring sound and the vibrations that we can feel here. Adding to this, the thrill are just amazing. Ground-lit and air-lit strap-ons operating together with the first stage S139.
Ground-lit strap-on separated.
जैसा कि निर्धारित है, ग्राउंड लेड स्ट्रैप-ऑन को सेपरेट कर दिया गया है और प्रथम चरण का निष्पादन सामान्य है। इस घटनाक्रम में अगला एयर लेड स्ट्रैप-ऑन को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा।
Air lead strap-on separated.
जी हाँ, इसकी भी पुष्टि हो गई है। स्ट्रैप-ऑन को सफलतापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया गया है।
We are 100 seconds past the launch time. The ground-lit and air-lit strap-ons have been separated. S139 motor still thrusting.
S139 110 सेकंड के प्रज्वलन काल के पश्चात उसे भी पृथक कर दिया गया है।
Plus 2 minutes.
द्वितीय चरण जो कि तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, इसका प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है और वर्तमान में प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर रहा है।
The launch vehicle is at an altitude of 73 kilometers. First stage has been separated second stage has begun its operation and the closed loop guidance has been initiated. According to the announcement by Range Operations Director, PS2 is developing nominal thrust.
PS2 41 टन के तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है। इसमें विकास इंजन द्वारा 800 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न होता है और इसका प्रज्वलन काल लगभग 150 सेकंड का होगा।
Shar and Port Blair tracking stations presently acquiring signals. Flight path closely matching the prediction.
Plus 3 minutes.
वर्तमान में यान क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत है।
Second stage performance normal.
यान की ऊंचाई 106 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 3 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड।
The velocity addition in PS2 regime is going to be from 2 kilometers per second to 4.9 kilometers per second.
Payload fairing separated.
The payload fairing covering the Aditya L1 spacecraft has been separated. The current altitude of the launch vehicle is 118 kilometers. Relative velocity exceeding 3.8 kilometers per second.
जी हाँ, यान अब घने वातावरण से बाहर जा चुका है, इसलिए ऊष्मा कवच की जरूरत नहीं रह जाती है और इस कारण इसे यान से पृथक कर दिया जाता है।
Second stage performance normal.
द्वितीय चरण वर्तमान में प्रणोद उत्पन्न करता हुआ और यान पूरी तरह सामान्य प्रदर्शन करता हुआ अपने अनुमानित पथ की ओर बढ़ रहा है।
Second stage separated, third stage ignited.
द्वितीय चरण को भी सफलतापूर्वक यान से पृथक कर दिया गया है उसके प्रज्वलन काल समाप्त होने पर। और तृतीय चरण जो कि ठोस नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, इसका प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है।
We are close to 5 minutes past the launch time. Presently, the third stage of PSLV is operational, developing nominal thrust.
Plus 5 minutes.
तृतीय चरण में 7.6 टन के ठोस नोदक का प्रयोग होता है और इसका प्रज्वलन काल 117.7 सेकंड का होगा। इस दौरान यह 240 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करेगा। वर्तमान में यान की ऊंचाई 134 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 5.96 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं PSLV सबसे विश्वसनीय रॉकेट रहा है इसरो का, वैसा ही प्रदर्शन करता हुआ एक और मिशन PSLV C57 का।
For the present mission, after PS3 completes its burn duration, a coast phase of 200 seconds will follow, in which the rocket will continue to be steered while there is no development of thrust.
जी हाँ, अभी कुछ ही क्षणों में PS3 का प्रज्वलन काल समाप्त हो चुका है और कोस्टिंग फेज इसके बाद जारी रहेगा।
Vehicle in combined hosting for approximately 200 seconds.
Unique to this mission, the PS4 will start twice at pre-designated times and duration. The multiple start capability of PS4 will be utilized very aptly to achieve the argument of perigee of 346.6 degrees, which is very crucial for this mission. The commencement and duration of PS4 burns enable achieving this orbital parameter. Argument of perigee is the angle that is made by the perigee point from the ascending node at equatorial plane. AOP exceeding 300 degrees is helpful in mission planning to achieve halo orbit around L1 with minimal propellant expenditure.
सभी वैज्ञानिक गहनता से अध्ययन करते हुए इन आंकड़ों का जो कि ग्राउंड स्टेशन द्वारा प्रसारित किए जा रहे हैं। वर्तमान में PS3, PS4 कंबाइंड कोस्टिंग फेज जारी है। यान की ऊंचाई 170 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 7.32 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड है।
Vehicle performance normal.
Plus 9 minutes.
Speaking a few words about the Aditya L1, describing the sun, Indian Vedas have said, Yesha Bhagavan Manirakasha Mandalasya Chakravarti Khechara Chakrasya Deepako Brahmanda Bhandasya Asayeva Charkarti Bharvati Jarhati Jagat. This mighty jewel, the light of eastern sky, who generates, operates and destroys the universe, while the energy of sun, after having filtered by the atmosphere, is available for the sustenance of earth. The explosive phenomena in sun and the solar flares are a cause for concern to the spacecraft and human space missions. The vantage point for such observations is a place in between the sun and earth.
Third stage separated.
Now we have a successful separation event of the third stage of PSLV.
It is approximately 900 seconds.
Plus 10 minutes.
जी हाँ, तृतीय चरण को सफलतापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया गया है और अब PS4 कोस्टिंग फेज पर है। इस दौरान कोई भी प्रणोद उत्पन्न नहीं हो रहा है। यान प्राप्त संवेग से आगे बढ़ता हुआ और निर्धारित पथ का अनुकरण करता हुआ जा रहा है।
We are 627 seconds from the launch. For another 600 more seconds or so, we will be getting tracking data from the BIAX ground station.
यह कोस्टिंग फेज लगभग 900 सेकंड का होगा। इस दौरान हम आपको कुछ जानकारी देते हैं। लैग्रेंज पॉइंट से जुड़ी कुछ रोचक तथ्य भी हैं, जैसे कि इस पॉइंट का नाम एक इटालियन फ्रेंच गणितज्ञ जोसेफ लुइग लैग्रेंज के सम्मान में रखा गया था। उन्होंने 1972 में इसे अपनी तकनीकी प्रपत्र जनरल 3 बॉडी प्रॉब्लम में वर्णित किया है, लेकिन इससे पहले भी 3 पॉइंट L1, L2 और L3 को खोजने का श्रेय स्विस गणितज्ञ लेनार्ड आयलर को जाता है। L1 पॉइंट पर नासा ने पहले ही सोलर एंड हेलियोस्फेरिक ऑब्जर्वेटरी सोहो को पहुंचा चुका है और विश्व प्रसिद्ध जेम्स वेब टेलीस्कोप को L2 लैग्रेंज पॉइंट पर स्थापित किया गया है। L1 की पृथ्वी से सूर्य की दिशा में दूरी लगभग 15 लाख किलोमीटर है और इसे हम एस्ट्रोनॉमिकल यूनिट में 0.01 एस्ट्रोनॉमिकल यूनिट कह सकते हैं। यह पृथ्वी से सूरज की दूरी का केवल 1% है।
The vantage point for observing sun is a place in between the sun and earth where direct visibility exists to the sun while continuous communication link exists with the earth. These observations will generate a forewarning about disturbances in near-Earth space environment which could pose danger to the communication systems and spacecrafts. Various thermal and magnetic phenomena on the Sun are of extreme nature, which cannot be replicated in labs. The best way is to observe the Sun up close. The distance between the Earth and Sun is approximately 150 million kilometers. At the central region of the Sun, known as core, the temperature can reach as high as 15 million degrees Celsius. Power source for the Sun is nuclear fusion of hydrogen atoms that takes place in the core. The visible surface of Sun is relatively cool and has a temperature of about 5,500 degrees Celsius. The Aditya L1 spacecraft is planned to be placed in a halo orbit around the Lagrangian point 1 or L1 of the Sun-Earth system, which is about 1.5 million kilometers from Earth, roughly 1% of the distance to Sun. A halo orbit is a periodic three-dimensional orbit near the Lagrangian point in the three-body problem of orbital mechanism. The object in this orbit stays in place by the gravity of Earth and Sun. It requires little energy for station keeping. Several probes have been placed in space to observe the Sun by various space agencies. Lagrange's point L1 is a great location for solar explorers such as Aditya L1, as it allows for an unobstructed view of the Sun that is never eclipsed by Earth. At L1, Aditya L1 will join spacecraft such as ESA-NASA's Solar Heliospheric Observatory or SOHO, which has been at L1 since 1996.
लैग्रांज पॉइंट एक ऐसी जगह है अंतरिक्ष में जहां अगर कोई चीज़ पहुंचती है तो वह वहीं बनी रहती है, क्योंकि लैग्रांज पॉइंट पर दो बड़े द्रव्यमानों का गुरुत्वाकर्षण खिंचाव बराबर हो जाता है और इसमें एक अभिकेंद्रीय बल है कि जो कि पिंड को दोनों द्रव्यमान के साथ बनाए रखता है। ऐसे 5 लैग्रेंजियन पॉइंट्स होते हैं पृथ्वी और सूर्य के बीच। इन पॉइंट्स में अंतरिक्ष यान को भेजकर कम से कम ईंधन की खपत पर या उस स्थान पर अंतरिक्ष प्रयोगों को अध्ययन के लिए बनाए रखा जा सकता है। आदित्य L1 उपग्रह को भी ऐसे ही लैग्रांज पॉइंट 1 पर स्थापित किया जा रहा है। अंतरिक्ष यान को यहां तक पहुंचने में 125 दिन का समय लगेगा। इस लैग्रेंजियन पॉइंट्स के कुछ फ़ायदे होते हैं, जैसे हम यहाँ आदित्य L1 के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो यह अंतरिक्ष यान लैग्रेंजियन पॉइंट 1 के पास जाएगा और यहाँ ऐसा पॉइंट है जहाँ से सूर्य को बिना किसी ग्रहण या रुकावट के निरंतर देखा जा सकेगा और अध्ययन किया जा सकेगा। दूसरा फायदा यह कि विभिन्न मापन या विश्लेषणों के लिए किसी भी तरह की रुकावट या कमी नहीं आएगी। वायु न होने की वजह से इससे दूर तक स्पष्ट देखा जा सकेगा। लैग्रेंज पॉइंट पर इस वेधशाला को रखने का मुख्य कारण यह भी है कि यहाँ उपग्रह लगभग स्थिर रहेगा और उपग्रह के अभिवृत्ति नियंत्रण के लिए अधिक ईंधन की आवश्यकता नहीं होगी। वर्तमान में PS4 चरण का कोस्टिंग फेज जारी है। अब यान की ऊंचाई 280 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 7.18 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड है। अब यह उचित अभिवृत्ति प्राप्त कर पुनः प्रज्वलित किया जाएगा।
Vehicle performance normal.
The Aditya L1 spacecraft carries 7 payloads to observe the protosphere, chromosphere and corona, which is the outermost layer of the Sun. These payloads use electromagnetic, particle and magnetic field detectors. First among the 4 remote sensing payloads is Visible Emission Line Chronograph, VELC, which is a prime payload designed as a reflective coronagraph with a multi-slit spectrograph. This payload is developed jointly by Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Laboratory of Electro-Optical Systems, UR Rao Satellite Center, ISRO Inertial Systems Unit, and Space Applications Center. The second payload is Solar Low Energy X-ray Spectrometer, or SOLEX, designed to measure the solar soft X-ray flux to study solar flares. This payload is developed by UR Rao Satellite Center. Third payload is the Solar Earth Ultraviolet Imaging Telescope SUIT, which is a UV telescope to image the solar disk in the near ultraviolet wavelength range. The payload is developed by Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, Pune, LEOS, URSE, and IISU. The fourth payload is High Energy L1 Orbiting X-ray Spectrometer, or HELIOS, developed by URSE. Is a hard X-ray spectrometer designed to study solar flares in high energy X-rays. The fifth payload is the one which is meant for in situ observations. This is Aditya Solar Wind Particle Experiment, or
an absolutely incredible, picture-perfect textbook launch of the PSLV C57 rocket carrying India's first solar probe, the Aditya L1, into space. The first phase of that launch, the first stage and that first phase has successfully been completed. We can confirm to you that everything has gone exactly like clockwork. As you heard in that ISRO commentary coming in live from the Satish Dhawan Space Centre, everything went exactly as programmed and planned. That rocket is well on its way. The third stage of the propulsion system has kicked in, and in a short while from now, the Aditya L1 will be injected into a low Earth orbit. So that's the LEO is where the Aditya L1 will spend the next few days. It will take a few rounds around the Earth before using its propulsion system to slingshot itself towards the sun. 1.5 million kilometers distant is the Lagrange 1 point, or L1 point. In a moment from now, apart from getting more details about the launch itself, we'll be hearing from Dr. Somnath, the ISRO chairman, as well as the project director of mission Aditya L1. So we're standing by on that press conference. India Today's reporters are on the ground. I'm coming in live now because that commentary has just ended at the ISRO. So we're going to give you an update on what's happening. We understand that at the command center, the viewing gallery, Dr. Somnath and the others will be live. They will be addressing the nation in just a few moments from now. They're collecting all that initial data. Remember, these are rocket scientists. They've got a very, very busy time, but they will make time to address the country and provide more details about what you've seen play out live here. What a time to be alive. India's first solar probe, Sneha, going into space now. Everything as expected, beautifully playing out.
That's right, and I think what's really music to everybody's ears, Shiv, is the fact that we keep on hearing from the ISRO commentary that performance is normal. I think that is what everybody is obviously going to be worried about, because it isn't easy. And this is, in fact, we'll just talk about that in a moment from now. I'm going to put this report out by our colleague Pramod Madhav, who's in fact on ground zero. Let's take a look.
There it is. The rocket has been lit up and it goes up. It's soaring up. That is PSLV C57 right in front of our eyes. That's the rocket carrying Aditya L1. This is an amazing moment because recently ISRO scientifically conquered the moon as well. On the far side, ISRO Pragyan rover, as we speak, is investigating, and there we have been told that the liftoff is normal and the rocket has lifted off. It's soaring up to the sky with Aditya L1, which has 7 payloads, and the satellite's important aspect is that it is going to study about the sun. What you're hearing right now is a rumble from the rocket because sound travels lesser than the speed of light. And that's what you see currently. That is a rumble as the rocket soars up, breaking the escape velocity, that is 11.2 kilometers per second. And as we see, that's the rocket that has gone up in the sky. And this is a very important part because now Aditya L1, after 4 months, it will reach a point called as Lagrange point. There it will be stationed in a halo orbit, and this is something called as a 3-point problem, where now ISRO scientists have solved the equation where they have to take care of three objects: the sun, the earth, and the satellite. And Lagrange one point is some point where the gravitational force of the sun and the gravitational force of the earth will meet in a point where which if you put an object, it can rotate stationary. This is a calculation. This is purely calculation based, and right now PSLV C57 has lifted off with Aditya L1 as we speak and soaring up to the sky. And the Aditya L1 is a very important satellite. It's carrying 7 payloads, and we are going to learn about how the sun's surface is acting, the corona, the chronosphere, the photosphere. Because on the sun's surface, yes, we all know that the sun is the one that is powering life on Earth and it is governing this entire solar system. But how the solar flare and everything works is something we need to learn, because this is a kind of like a solar storm or solar flare, but nothing but a sudden gush of energy that leaves the sun's surface and it impacts every planet, including Earth. All this will be clearly studied, recorded, and the data will be provided for ISRO for studying. Zibyan, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
Zero.
Aditya L1 has taken to the skies. You can see it going right up there. Fair skies, Aditya L1. This is going to be a long, long journey for him. The longest also for the PSLV C57, which is why you're going to be seeing him in different phases for the next 63 minutes. Look at that roar. What a beautiful sound. I've got goosebumps listening to it right here. But that here, the roar that I'm hearing, that's the power of the PSLV C57 roaring through the skies, making its way up into the planet, in fact the skies. For the next 4 months, Aditya L1 is going to continue his journey. And ISRO putting out commands right now. I can hear it faintly on the side that everything is going normally. You can see that in fact PSLV and Aditya L1 with Aditya L1 inside has now taken a turn, moving towards, higher and higher away from me. I can tell you that there was a point when I could hear it so clearly, that roar of the rocket. It's surreal, to say the least. But that right there is a successful launch. Another feather in the cap for our ISRO heroes.
Magnetometer, joining us today for a 25-minute fireside chat on the sidelines of Aditya L1 launch. To start with the principal scientist and PI of SOLEX, Dr. Sankara Subramaniam, why is Aditya L1 mission so important, and what are the objectives of this mission?
Thanks a lot. First of all, let me thank ISRO as well as the Government of India for providing a great opportunity for the solar and heliophysics community of the country. Both solar, heliophysics as well as astronomy thrives on data. More the data you have, we get more understanding about the system. And Sun is our own star, our dearmost star, so understanding them is much more important for our everyday life. So this mission, Aditya, when it was conceived initially, with a support from our Professor U.R. Rao, along with Dr. Srikumar and Professor G. Srinivasan, we made sure that we will have a unique data set which is not available from any other missions internationally. So the 7 payloads, what was conceived for this particular mission, will provide a unique set of data which is currently not available from any other missions, which will provide us new insight into the solar and heliophysics community in India, and provides some important aspects like the initiation of the coronal mass ejections, the speed at which it gets initiated, and some wave bands which are very important for the Earth ionospheric connections like near ultraviolet band, and the high energy particles, which is high energy radiations, as well as particles which is coming from the solar flares and coronal mass ejections. So these are the informations which would be available from this particular mission, which will allow us to understand the sun, its dynamics, as well as the inner heliosphere, which is an important element for the current day technology, as well as the space weather aspects of it.
Thank you so much for your remarks, sir. So now we'll move on to Dr. Anil Bharadwaj. So the sun is a very important energy source of life. Having understood that, it creates a trouble when it's angry. How does Aditya L1 helps us through the mission?
Thank you and good morning, viewers. First of all, let me tell you that Aditya L1 is a multi-wavelength, multi-instrument and multi-directional mission. Multi-wavelength because it works in X-rays, UV and visible. Multi-instrument because there are 7 experiments on board. And multi-directional because it looks not only in the sun direction but also around it. Now when the sun becomes angry, there are 2 types of process which happens. One is solar flares, that means electromagnetic radiation, which reaches the earth in 8 minutes. But along with that, there is a mass which is also ejected out in form of plasma, and that can take about 2 to 4 days to reach the earth. What we are looking for from the Aditya L1 mission is to see the impact of solar flares as well as coronal mass ejections as they come to the earth. We have instruments which look at not only in the sun direction, but also in other directions, for example, perpendicular to ecliptic or in the earth directions. The impact is that we need to see when the sun becomes quite angry, what are the ways in which it is affecting the planet Earth, and L1 point being at point L1, which is just 1% away from the Earth, it is able to provide us a lot of new informations of the plasma and the electromagnetic radiations which is reaching the planet Earth.
Thank you so much, sir. So now we'll move on to Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam. So the science behind this mission is very unique. So what's the impact of this on the Earth and also on the heliosphere?
Yeah, so thank you for having me on this show. To put the thing in context, I'm the director of Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and we have delivered one of the major payloads on this mission. This is the visible emission line coronagraph. So if you actually look at the words used in it, it is visible because it is seeing the sun in the visible wavelength. Emission line, so what is it detecting? It is the emission line of certain elements. Because the corona is hot, the emission which you get is in the terms of, it's not absorbing the light which is coming from the sun, but it's already hot, so it is coming down by emitting lines. So we are tracking these lines using what? A coronagraph. Now what is a coronagraph? This instrument makes a total solar eclipse all the time within the instrument. So you are looking at the sun all the time, 24/7, through using this mission. And this instrument looks at the sun as though it is always in total solar eclipse. Now, why you want to have the eclipse all the time? Because you want to see the corona. Why corona? Because when sun burps, when sun is angry, the corona is what it takes the matter away. Now, what is unique about this instrument? This is going to see the corona as close as possible from the disk of the sun. Now, what is so challenging about it? It is because the sun's corona is 1,000,000 times fainter than the disk of the sun. So you have to not see the disk of the sun, but see only the corona. So this instrument is very difficult to make, challenging, but it is made. Now it's going to the orbit. Now what we are planning to study using this instrument is the corona, its dynamics. Through this emission line, you can actually measure the velocity by simple physics called Doppler effect. So you can measure the velocity, you can measure how much matter is moving, and eventually how that matter will come to the Earth and the heliosphere. So it's overall this instrument, along with the others, of course, the other PI will also be explaining about it. So these holistically will give you a lot of information regarding not only the sun, but also the heliosphere. Thank you.
That was very interesting, Doctor. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to Durgesh Tripathi, Dr. Durgesh Tripathi. You are the PI of the for the payload suit. How is that different from other telescopes like Hubble or James Webb? And what are you going to investigate using this?
Yeah, so good afternoon. My voice is going to mumble because I'm still in the awe of the launch, and one of the payload is gone there. So Essentially, JWST, which is James Webb Telescope, and the Hubble Telescope, they are going to look at the universe, different objects, galaxies, star formation, and other objects you see in the universe. Whereas when we talk about Aditya L1, it is going to look at one particular object, which is our sun. And it's also kept on the other side of the Sun-Earth line at the L1 point, whereas the James Webb Telescope went on the other side of the Earth, which is at the L2 point. Now, the scientific difference, of course, they also observe in ultraviolet, but Aditya, as Professor Anil Bharadwaj and also Professor Anna Purnisubramanian alluded to, these are multi-wavelength satellite, and they will be observing all across the electromagnetic spectrum. In particular, SOOT is going to be looking at the ultraviolet radiation in 2000 to 4000 angstrom, if that matters to you, emits from the lower and the middle atmosphere of the sun. And what we want to look at that how in general the sun's atmosphere is coupled by looking at the observations at various height, and how actually this radiation is coming and getting absorbed in the Earth's atmosphere, and what kind of effect it can have in the chemistry of ozone and oxygen, for example, and also these explosions which are happening, how much radiation they are creating, and how much effect it might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now we move on to Dr. Satish Thampi. You are connected with the payload PAPA. Already the plasma particles on the moon are analyzed. How do you analyze plasma particles in the sun? And what is the importance of solar winds, and how does it impact?
Thank you. Thank you for giving opportunity to come into this show. As my colleagues, they mentioned actually about the sun. Today we have the auspicious day where actually we are going to our own star, that is the sun. Just I want to tell to the viewers that actually the sun, which is our hero basically in the solar system. If you look into the mass of the solar system, 99% of the mass of the solar system is occupied by sun, and also this sun is plasma. Now when we are talking about the heliosphere, actually with this all our planets are engulfed in that thing. You know, we have been studying in decades, maybe in centuries, we have been studying about the sun. But what we are lacking actually a comprehensive approach, because sun is giving its energy mainly in three forms. The first one is the radiation, actually my colleagues already talked about, which we can do remotely from our ground. But the plasma, basically we are talking about the solar, what we call the space plasma, as well as the magnetic field. This can be only studied by in situ. If we study all these radiation, particles and field, then only we will get a full comprehensive understanding of the sun. Now, we are getting the first space-based observatory from the Indian soil, and we are making this opportunity. And of course, I am thankful to ISRO and all my colleagues and my teammates from VSSC and all my scientific colleagues here. This is the opportunity we got actually. We are trying to understand actually all the three things: radiation, particles, and field. Already they mentioned about the radiation. Now, Dr. Bibin will be talking about field. Just I want to emphasize on the particles. That's why we named it as PAPA. PAPA means Plasma Analyzer Package for Aditya. This is developed by Space Physics Laboratory in support of Vikram Sarabhai Space Centre. And now this instrument has two components. If you look at the solar wind, basically it comprises of 95% protons, then alpha particles roughly around 4 to 5%, then equal number of electrons also. So our PAPA is a comprehensive package measuring both ions and the electrons. Now these electrons, like already our colleagues they mentioned actually the major transition events like coronal mass ejection. That's a huge mass which is coming out of sun. Basically it's a plasma. Basically when we are talking about solar and basically nothing but it's the extension of the corona only. That's the atmosphere. Now these particles actually they only actually modulate the energy and momentum of the planetary atmospheres. See we when then sun is quiet, like it is not aggressive, suddenly what we are getting the ambient solar wind. So if you look into that thing actually, that one actually gives what we call about the interactions, what we call the normal routine phenomenon which is happening on the earth. But when there is sun is angry, it gives like in a CME, CAR or these sort of events are happening, that is really going to affect our planets. That's what we call the space weather. Now our intention is to understand first of all actually what these effects, basically the solar wind in the ambient condition as well as during this transition events, how this solar wind behaves, and also how this coronal mass ejections which is passing through different planets, how actually what are the different things like what we call about the microphysics, macrophysics and the mesophysics of that things that we want to understand. So one thing is actually it's a physics subjective to understand because we are getting an ideal point, Lagrangian point, which is in the sun-earth plane, and we will be seeing the events exactly there. Second thing is actually we can definitely monitor the parameters. Like particularly PAPA will measure electrons and ions. We will be getting energy, direction and angular information, mass information. So if we know these things related to electrons, electrons we don't want the mass, but for the ions we are getting the mass information.
Okay.
Coupling all this information, actually what we can do is we can derive the plasma moments. That will be definitely going to the modeling part, actually dynamics part, and that will definitely going to tell about the effect of the space weather effects.
Yes.
So in due course, actually, with the L1, in addition to other L5 missions, we will be able to tell. This is the importance of the plasma missions.
Yes.
That actually, as you mentioned, actually earlier with the lunar mission we achieved, we tried to understand that thing. Really, it changed this plasma studies, changed the perspective of the moon. Now, Aditya will give more detail about it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that, sir. And now we move on to Dr. Dipankar Banerjee. So, you manage the beautiful solar observatory at Nainital. How do you think the studies of heliophysics will supplement Aditya L1? Can you tell us something about the history of solar observatories in India?
That's right. India has a long tradition of looking at the sun from the ground. In fact, from Kodaikanal Observatory, we have been observing the sun for more than 100 years. And also we have beautiful, solar observatory at Udaipur, in the lakeside, and at Nainital. We are looking at the sun. But there are limitations of looking at the sun from the ground because you can only see the lower atmosphere of the sun. So this was very, very important that we could go to the space. And this is a fantastic opportunity. Originally, more than 10 years back, we were only looking at a small satellite program. And then Professor U.R. Rao suddenly came up with this idea, why are we taking baby steps? We should think big. We should go to much longer distance. And then this opportunity came in, the Lagrangian 1 mission. The entire country, all the scientific institution got very much highly motivated. There are multiple payloads were then proposed. So eventually now we have a Lagrangian 1 observatory class mission. And as you heard from my colleagues that it is a multi-wavelength observatory. So that's very important to have the shorter wavelength coverage from the space. And in addition, the ground-based observations are also important. So a combination of the ground-based telescope and the space-based platform is very, very important. And since you asked about the question about the, how Aditya in the overall heliophysics research within the international scenario, we only have 3 spacecraft around Lagrangian 1 point primarily from NASA and ESA. So I think again this is a fantastic achievement from India. If you could reach L1 with the full observatory class mission, it will really open a new window altogether. So I think this is a great opportunity and we are all looking forward. And as I mentioned, probably we'll request that, a better ground-based facility. We have already projected a National Large Solar Telescope project from the ground. I think this is now high time we have a very nice ground-based telescope also to complement the capabilities of Aditya L1.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, it's a very great opportunity. And now we move on to Dr. Vipin K. Yadav. So you're in charge of the magnetometer. What is the contribution of magnetometer to Aditya program?
You see, the magnetic field measurements are very crucial in space and especially at L1 point. What we are going to measure with magnetometer is the interplanetary magnetic field that is coming all the way from sun and towards the earth. So typically these values at L1 point are around 5 to 10 nanotesla. But these values increases whenever there is an extreme solar event such as the coronal mass ejection or say solar magnetic storms. Now these events are crucial to monitor the near Earth space weather because these can have an effect on the life on Earth. If you remember Quebec, there was an event when the power lines were snapped a few years ago. That was because of an extreme solar event. So to keep an eye on the surroundings of Earth, we need these measurements. And apart from that, for solar wind observations also, these measurements will be crucial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So now we move on to Dr. Anuj Nandi. So what is the importance of solar flares and the impact in heliospheres? And how does Aditya L1 contribute to all of this?
Good afternoon, viewers. As my colleagues already pointed out the importance of this mission and the instruments about. So the thing is, as you know, that solar flares are the energetic and explosive energy release in few seconds to minutes time scale, and it is order of 10 to the 27 arcs to 10 to the 32 arcs. Now the thing is, these solar flares, why it is important as because the solar flares actually tells the dynamics and activity in the sun. So So the thing is, there are two unique instruments built by URO Satellite Center that is going to cover the solar flares from 1 keV to extremely high energy, about 200 keV. And we know that visible sun is only 6,000 degree Kelvin temperature, whereas the outer surface of the sun is million degree Kelvin. So the thing is, why there is disparity? So I think these two instruments, along with the other two instruments, VLC and SUIT, we are going to address this $1 million questions as well as why there is difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now I'd like to go back to Dr. Anil Bharadwaj. So there are many satellites that are sent to the space by other nations. So what makes Aditya L1 different from these satellites?
Well, that's a very good question because, first of all, let me again tell you that India will be the third, or ISRO will be the third space agency to have a mission at L1 point. And I just mentioned that it is multi-wavelength, multi-instrument, and multi-direction, and it measures particle, field, and radiations. So you don't have such kind of satellites existing at L1 point so far and currently. That makes Aditya L1 absolutely unique because we are going to measure remotely, in situ, and particles and fields. I was also mentioning about multi-direction, and that is coming from the ASPEX payload, which stands for Aditya Solar and Particle Experiments. And this is going to measure particles ranging from 100 EVs going to several MeVs, which is essential for us to know because when the CMEs are happening or the sun is quite angry, the plasma which is coming out from the sun ranges from several EVs to several MeVs. And therefore, we should know in what direction the plasma is coming and whether the plasma is getting accelerated in between when it comes from sun towards earth. And therefore, there is a multi-direction information which is available from the ASPEX payload because it consists of two sensors, SWIS and STEP, essentially giving you in two different energy bands. And therefore, we'll be able to quantify the CME, CIRs, and all the processes which is happening on the sun, which gives out coronal mass ejections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. And now finally we move on to the principal scientist, Dr. Sankar Subramaniam. So how does the Indian science community seek to capitalize on ISRO's space capabilities, especially these observatory missions like Astrostat and Aditya L1?
Yeah, so now ISRO has established that it has a capability to send observatory class missions anywhere in the interplanetary medium. ISRO also is developing capability for small satellite missions like a nanosat, CubeSat, as well as the small satellite capability. And that is something which especially a heliophysics community could utilize it because we can, at a low cost, we can launch many more such instruments which are essential for heliophysics community here in India. So, and also the bigger mission takes its own life cycle because it requires technologies to be developed for a bigger missions. So in between these big missions, if we capitalize on these small satellite missions, and that will enhances the science capability of our country to the next level. And as you know, the science and technologies are always synergized. As the technology improves, your science improves. When I started my career in solar physics, I started with a photospheric magnetic field. Now we are in a position where we can do coronal magnetic field with Aditya L1, which was not feasible when I was doing my PhD. So similarly, as we move on and as the technology starts to improve, we would be able to generate much more capable instruments, much more compact instruments, which will enable us to do much more science than what we can currently do. So we look forward to capitalize on ISRO's capabilities, both at the large scale as well as at the small scale instruments, and also its capability for developing new technologies in the near future.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very interesting. And to end this, I have a last question to Dr. Dipankar Banerjee. And it's about what kinds of outreach is possible through this launch to energize the scientific community?
This is a very, very important question, and we are proud to be Indian now after the Chandrayaan success. I think it's just not the students, it's the entire country is excited. And and we got this opportunity to now travel towards sun. So it is very important that the younger generation, comes into the research and also utilizes the data. These scientific missions are for the community, and it has to be the community driven. So some of our scientists, who have been engaged with this mission for decades, we understand what is expected to be, this data. But the younger generation, they need to be trained. And so for that reason, we also have a Aditya support cell at Nainital, and we are going around in the country. We are regularly conducting workshops. So through these workshops and training program, we really want to reach out to other, people who are particularly in the universities or IITs, because they have so far not been directly involved with the Aditya mission. So I think we are really, really going out, and we expect that the youngsters, that the next generation will come and utilize this data, because the data is for the community. So unless, we have more users, we will not be able to effectively utilize the data, scientific data which is coming, and the way we can help the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
I think it is very important for us also to reach out to schools and colleges, because the younger generation should be told about this kind of activities which is happening in the country. Chandrayaan 3 launch has galvanized the whole nation, and everybody is interested to know what all is happening in the science and technology within the country. And therefore, this mission, along with the Chandrayaan 3 mission, that is the Aditya L1 mission and Chandrayaan 3 mission, is going to give us a lot of new information which is going to be very beneficial for the country. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you everybody for participating in this discussion. And now we move on to the control room.
Thank you, Srinidhi, and I thank all the panelists for enlightening us about the high-tech science that Aditya L1
We're getting in all the details in the control room and the viewing gallery that you see on your screens right now. A lot of details are coming in that give us a sense of hope and optimism as far as this mission to the sun is concerned. I'm going to go across to my colleagues also. Akshita is in fact at the viewing gallery, I think. I'm just going to check on that. In fact, Pramod Madhav also continues to be with us. All right, going to promote in a moment from now, but Akshita is there, all smiles. Akshita, this is something that we've been talking about, and we mentioned this earlier as well, that each time there is an announcement from ISRO, from the viewing gallery, that things are going fine, the performance is normal. It's really music to our ears. This isn't an easy mission, but what really makes it all the more special is the very fact that it's actually a woman who has headed this entire mission. Akshita?
Very, very true, Sneha. And my apologies for not being with you earlier. But because of the launch, they'd shut down all of our mobile phones. They'd shut down all of our live systems. So we were struggling to really join you live. I just want to first talk about the launch itself, if that's okay. It was a surreal moment for me. It's the first time I was here in Sriharikota witnessing a launch live. And it was amazing to say the least, because, you can hear the sound of the rocket. The ground is literally shaking, vibrating because of the impact with which that rocket really takes off. I'm standing right now right outside the media center. This is still within the ISRO complex, and in 63 minutes, that is since 11:50, that's when you will see the entire launch procedure ending. This is the longest launch by PSLV. So you can imagine, how much work is still going on. We're expecting the ISRO chief, Dr. Somnath, Union Minister Jitendra Singh, the entire team, including the project director, the woman project director you're referring to, Nisar Shaji. She's also going to be here. They're all going to be making their way in for a press conference. We're hoping to catch them here first, to have a conversation with them, personally congratulate them on behalf of all of our viewers on India Today. Textbook launch as expected, Sneha, but the reason that you don't immediately see the press conference, usually in a matter of minutes, they will be here at the media center speaking to and interacting with the reporters. That's because 63 minutes. They're waiting for that time to end. So about 12:53. is when, in fact, the entire launch procedure actually ends. So this is a long, long one. We'll have to wait for a few more minutes. I know we're all getting extremely impatient for that declaration to come in. Few more minutes and you will see all phases being completed. And exactly at 12:53 is when they will announce that the launch has been successful. And then, of course, it's a longer wait of 4 months as well. You were talking about the project director. You know, what's remarkable about each of these missions, whether it's Chandrayaan 3, in which case you had, amazing stories of these scientists, how they come from such humble roots, such simplistic backdrops, and then go on to achieve so much for the nation. For Nisar Shaji, it's a similar story. She's from Tamil Nadu, and as someone, who lost her father very young, she lost her father about 30 years ago. From there to today, the way she's built her life and the way she's dedicated her life to ensuring that the name of ISRO, the name of India, shines bright is truly, truly inspiring. And I think we keep saying this, Neha, you and me particularly as women, we relate a lot more to these women scientists. We relate a lot more to their inspiring story. And every single time, clicks, images, stories of theirs goes viral for one particular reason, because they're so relatable and their humility really shines through. For example, if Nisar Shaji comes here and I manage to catch her, there's not going to be any airs, there's not going to be any tantrums. She will very humbly speak to you, answer all of your questions, because that, shows you where they're really from. They're so very rooted and yet at the same time work so hard in ensuring each of these missions are a success and thereby, bring glory and happiness for each one of us. So each of their stories, I believe, really truly needs to be celebrated. But yes, a special place in my heart, no doubt, for our women ISRO scientists.
Absolutely, Akshita. In fact, we've been waiting to get a glimpse of her, at least in the viewing gallery, and you said that she is in fact around. We also, in fact, are waiting and on standby really to get a word from the ISRO chief, Professor Somnath, and what he has to say about the initial few minutes when the launch happened. Coming back to you in a moment from now, Akshita, in fact, we are going to once again dip into what ISRO, in fact, is saying as far as this particular mission is concerned. At 12:53 is what Akshita is telling us is going to be a conclusion of sorts. So let's just listen in first.
से दूर हो जाता है, इस कालावधि में ग्राउंड स्टेशन की दृष्टि से बाहर जा चुका होता है और यान के ऑन बोर्ड कंप्यूटर पर टेलीमेट्री स्टोरेज पर यान के महत्वपूर्ण आंकड़े सेव किए जाते हैं। जब यह हमारे तय ग्राउंड स्टेशन की रेंज में आते हैं तब इन आंकड़ों का प्रसारण होता है और वहां से इनकी पुष्टि की जाती है कि यान इस दौरान किन गतिविधियों से गुजरा।
Fourth stage performance normal.
The fourth stage performing normally. The second burn is expected to last for 472 seconds.
यह चतुर्थ चरण है PSLV XL रॉकेट का। इसमें 2.5 टन के नोदक का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। यह तरल नोदक हैं। इसमें 2 इंजन लगे होते हैं, हर एक 7.33 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करता है। इस तरह कुल प्रणोद 14.6 किलो न्यूटन का होता है।
Plus 55 minutes.
इस प्रज्वलन काल में इसे 472 सेकंड तक प्रज्वलित रखा जाएगा। वरिष्ठ गणमान्य व्यक्ति यहाँ उपस्थित हैं।
We are close to 55 minutes 30 seconds past the launch. PS4 stage currently burning for the second time.
Fourth stage performance normal.
Intended trajectory closely matching the prediction. Presently, the shipborne terminal is acquiring the signal. Few seconds later, there will be another no visibility phase before Koru starts to acquire signal.
जी अभी द्वितीय बर्न चालू है PS4 स्टेज का। अभी कुछ 200 और सेकेंड जलकर यह शांत हो जाएगा। सूर्य एक बड़ा और हमेशा से एक समीप का सितारा रहा है हमारे लिए। असल में यह गर्म आग का गोला है जो अनगिनत हाइड्रोजन एटम्स के फ्यूजन रिएक्शन से ऊर्जा प्राप्त करता है, और इस ऊर्जा से इस सौर मंडल को एक परिवार की भांति समेटे हुए है। पृथ्वी से सूर्य की दूरी लगभग 150 मिलियन किलोमीटर है। सूर्य ही हमारी ऊर्जा स्रोत है और इस जीवन जो हम जानते हैं उसका भी स्रोत है।
Loss of signal for shipborne terminal. The next telemetry station is Kuru. The telemetry signal break will be approximately 205 seconds. During this non-visibility period, ground trace and flight parameters will not be updated.
अब यान फिर से अंतर्दृष्टि हो चुका है, हमारे ट्रैकिंग रेंज से बाहर है। अगला ट्रैकिंग स्टेशन कुरु स्थित फ्रेंच गयाना स्थित कुरु स्टेशन से हमें आंकड़े उपलब्ध होंगे कुछ ही समय में।
After being injected into the space, the Aditya L1 will not travel directly to the L1 point. Transfer maneuvers will be performed to position the spacecraft in a halo orbit. Aditya L1 will first be made to perform maneuvers in Earth orbit. Adjustments will be made in its orbital parameters. After ascertaining the normalcy of the craft, its systems, payloads, and the orbital parameters, burn to exit Earth's sphere of influence will be initiated. After exit from SOI, the cruise phase will start, and subsequently the spacecraft will be injected into a large halo orbit along L1. The total travel time from launch to L1 will take about 4 months for Aditya L1.
इस दौरान आइए आपको अवगत करा दें आदित्य L1 के मुख्य उद्देश्य से। आदित्य L1 मिशन का मुख्य उद्देश्य है सौर गतिविधियों के विभिन्न पहलुओं में महत्वपूर्ण जानकारियां उपलब्ध कराना और इन गतिविधियों का अंतरिक्ष मौसम के असर का अध्ययन करना। इस कार्य के लिए इसमें 7 बाहर लगे हुए हैं जिनकी मदद से आदित्य L1 फोटोस्फीयर, क्रोमोस्फीयर और सूर्य के बाहरी परत के विभिन्न वेवलेंथ में प्रेक्षण कर सकेगा। विशेष वैज्ञानिक उद्देश्य इस प्रकार हैं: सूर्य के ऊपरी परत जिसे हम कोरोना के नाम से जानते हैं इसकी गतिकी का अध्ययन करना, क्रोमोस्फीयर और कोरोनल तापमान, आंशिक रूप से आयनिक प्लाज्मा की भौतिकी, कोरोनल मास इजेक्शन की शुरुआत और फ्लेयर्स का अध्ययन, सूर्य के कण की गतिशीलता के अध्ययन के लिए आंकड़े प्रदान करना और यथास्थिति कण और प्लाज्मा वातावरण के प्रेक्षण करना।
+1 hour.
वर्तमान में आरओडी ने घोषणा की अब चतुर्थ चरण को बंद कर दिया गया है, अब उसका थ्रस्ट कट ऑफ कर दिया गया है और वह बंद हो चुका है और इसकी भी पुष्टि हो चुकी है कि आदित्य L1 के अंतःक्षेपण की स्थितियां प्राप्त की जा चुकी हैं।
We are now eagerly awaiting the injection of the satellite, as we have the confirmation from the Range Operations Director that the thrust cutoff for 4th stage of PSLV has been achieved. We are 1 hour into the flight.
कुछ ही क्षणों में कुरु स्थित ग्राउंड स्टेशन से इसकी पुष्टि की जाएगी।
highly anticipated event next is the separation event of Aditya L1 spacecraft.
यान अपने निर्धारित कक्षा की ओर कुछ ही क्षणों में इसकी पुष्टि होनी बाकी है। यान से अंतरिक्ष यान आदित्य L1 का सफलतापूर्ण अंतक्षेपण अभी बाकी है।
For Aditya L1, ISRO has developed advanced flight dynamic software to obtain past trajectory data from tracking, apply mathematical computation to calculate present and future location of the spacecraft in a process known as orbit determination. But the correct orbital parameters at the time of injection are of prime importance.
अब तक कुल 22 सौर मिशनों को नासा, ईसा, जर्मन
Aditya L1 satellite separated.
और जिसका इंतजार था वह पल आ चुका है। इसकी पुष्टि कर दी गई है। आदित्य L1
mission accomplished, handing over to mission director.
And we have a confirmation of Aditya L1 separation. The mission has been accomplished.
PSLV C57 has injected Aditya L1 satellite into the desired intermediate orbit. PSLV C57 Aditya L1 mission is accomplished.
आदित्य L1 को पूर्ण परिशुद्धता से इसके निर्धारित कक्षा में स्थापित कर दिया गया है। इसके बाद वह अपने आगे की सफर जारी रखेगा L1 पॉइंट के लिए।
Do join us for the address by Chairman ISRO Secretary Department of Space Shri S. Somnath.
सभी दर्शकों को शुभकामनाएं और बधाइयां इस मिशन की सफलता के लिए। अब हम आपको लिए चलते हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय के एड्रेसिंग के लिए।
It's a big story we are breaking at this mission accomplished. Truly golden words that we hear from ISRO right now. With that confirmation coming in from ISRO and the ISRO chief.
The Aditya L1 spacecraft has been injected in an elliptical orbit of 235 by 19,500 kilometers, which is intended very precisely by the PSLV, very unique mission mode here, with the upper stage of the PSLV taking two burn sequence for injecting the primary satellite for the first time. So I want to congratulate PSLV for such a very different mission approach today to do this mission of Aditya L1 to put it in the right orbit. From now, the Aditya L1 will take its journey after some Earth maneuvers. It will start its journey to the L1 point, a very long journey of almost 125 days. So let us wish all the very best to Aditya spacecraft for its long journey and being put around the halo orbit of L1. So with me, the mission executives are there. Mr. Biju, the mission director, and Nigar Shahji, the director of the satellite project. So let them join me. Our Honorable Minister of State for Science, Technology and Space is here, Dr. Jitendra Singh, so I request him to speak a few words.
You have to be there. Congratulations, India. Congratulations, ISRO, And while the whole world watched this with bated breath, it is indeed a sunshine moment for India. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, for making this happen by opening up new vistas for India's space sector and telling us that sky is not the limit. Thanks also, Honorable PM, for giving us the confidence, the courage and the conviction to reach out to the stars and to discover the mysteries of universe beyond. And thanks also for making us realize the enormous potential of our space fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian scientists had been working, toiling day and night for years and years together, but now comes the moment of vindication, the moment of redeeming the pledge to the nation. And coming close on the heels of successful Chandrayaan-3 landing, the successful launch of Aditya L1 is also a testimony to the whole of science and a whole of nation approach which we have sought to adopt in our work culture. While ISRO is credited in executing this mission, the science institutes across the country have come forward to contribute in one form or the other, in small measure or big, to this mission. To name a few, the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bengaluru, the National Aerospace Laboratories, the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai, the Nijri NGRI, Nagpur, the IIT Kharagpur, IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai, and the list is too long. But that, having said that, gives me the confidence to say that this day, the 2nd of September 2023, is a day of reckoning when we move on into the next 25 years of Amrit Kal, and Mother India pledges with the collective will and collective effort of our 140 crore children to reach and occupy the place of pride on the world pedestal. Congratulations once again, Chairman Somanath, the entire ISRO team, and the entire countrymen.
Thank you. May I request the Project Director of Aditya L1, Nigar Shaji, to say a few words.
Good afternoon. It's a dream come true for Team Aditya L1, and I'm extremely happy that Aditya L1 is injected in the intended orbit flawlessly by PSLV as always. And Aditya L1 solar panels are deployed and the spacecraft will be normal. And Aditya L1 has started its 125 days of long journey towards L1. We have our Earth burns to rise the orbit, and followed by the trans L1 injection, and finally insertion into the halo orbit in the Sun Earth Lagrange point L1. Once the Aditya is commissioned, it will be an asset to the heliophysics of the country and even to the global scientific fraternity. And I take this opportunity to thank Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, former Director URSC, and all the Center Directors for their support and guidance for making this mission possible. And my thanks are due to my project team and all the project executives across the center, payload teams, especially the teams from the IAA and IUCA, for the relentless effort in building the payload as well as the spacecraft. And my special thanks to the expert committee who have been guiding all through the entire project life cycle. And I thank all the industrial partners and the entire URSC team for their invaluable contribution. And I feel really honored and privileged to be part of this mission. And at this juncture, I would like to remember Professor U.R. Rao, who sowed the seed for this mission, and looking forward for a successful halo orbit insertion and further great science output from the Aditya L1 mission. Thank you all.
Sri Biju, the mission director and the project director of PSLV.
Good afternoon to all. My big salute to all of you for achieving this wonderful mission of Aditya. We have injected Aditya in its intermediate orbit. PSLV in its 59th mission has successfully accomplished injecting Aditya L1 in its intermediate orbit. It's all because of the dedicated effort of all of you. The challenging requirements given by satellite team was indeed very it was very challenging to meet the orbital requirements. We have gone for a new mission design strategy. We have gone through numerous simulations to validate this, and that is the proof that you are having now. I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for achieving this wonderful mission. I take this opportunity to thank all my review forums, chairman and members of all review forums, and our industry partners for giving high reliable systems for PSLV and all our family members. With this, our capability of PSLV has increased manifold to venture into new missions, to new and challenging missions. I take this opportunity to thank my project team led by our Sri M.J. Lal as well as Damodaran, Vehicle Director and Associate Vehicle Director in leading the entire campaign. I wish our satellite team an excellent time ahead for completing all the operations and completing all scientific objectives they have envisaged. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you everybody for spending your time watching this mission and also supporting us and congratulating us, and we joined the entire country. We are very proud of the fact that we could do this mission, Aditya L1 mission, just following the Chandrayaan 3 activities, and all of you are aware that the lander and the rover are still functioning, and our team is with the scientific instruments doing a lot of work now. And the good news is that the rover has moved almost 100 meters from the lander, and we are going to start the process of making both of them sleep in the coming 1 or 2 days, because it has to withstand the night. So until we hear about them later, so I would like to say big thanks to each one of you for the support and encouragement and blessings that you are giving to us for continuing the work of building the very strong space infrastructure and capability for India, and which will be becoming one of the strong pillars of science and technology for this nation. And thank you so much for the contributions once again, and wish you all the best for meeting you for next mission from Satish Dhawan Space Centre. Thank you. Yes, starting now.
All right, Prime Minister Modi also, in fact, hailing our heroes at ISRO. The Prime Minister has also spoken about it. Congratulations to our scientists, is what the Prime Minister says, and engineers at ISRO for the successful launch of India's first solar mission, Aditya L1. This is a tireless effort, is what the Prime Minister says. Akshata, it indeed is. And what's beautiful about all of this really is the momentum and the manner in which ISRO and the scientists really involved in the last 2 missions have just managed to get just the love and the attention of the entire nation, isn't it?
You know, I've said this time and again, Sneha, but I'm going to repeat it, that for a change today, on a day when you have an India-Pakistan match, you still have everyone talking about space. So space has reached the same level as sport right now in India. It's created this frenzy, it's created this craze, and we're absolutely loving it, because, you know, there couldn't be better recognition of our ISRO heroes, of our scientists. I'm glad that Dr. Somnath also in this briefing there a few moments ago also gave us a very crucial update on Chandrayaan 3, saying that rover Pragyan has moved about 100 meters away from the lander, and he says they'll go to sleep now for some time because night is going to hit. The 14 days is almost up. But coming back to Aditya L1, Sneha, it's a long journey, and you heard that from Dr. Somnath, you heard that from the project director, also from Ms. Shaji. All of them highlighted this, that it's going to take about 120 to 125 days, 4 months in all. So we don't really have a date like with Chandrayaan 3 when the launch had taken place here in Sriharikota. Sriharikota, they had told us that August 23rd is the date when it would touch down on the moon's surface. They had given 40 days. Now, because it's a longer time span of about 120 to 125 days, they're not really telling us when it could reach there, but 4 months is a given, considering the amount that it will have to travel. You also had, in fact, the mission director giving some crucial details about how they've kind of tweaked how they usually let their satellites travel. In this particular case, they've used also a very different descent mechanism, and they're hoping that all of that will help in ensuring that Aditya L1 reaches its intended location, the imaginary point of Lagrange 1, where it will do a halo orbit for 5 years once it reaches that particular spot. Picture perfect textbook launch as expected, Sneha. We expect nothing less from our ISRO scientists, considering that all over the world they're recognized right now for their perfect launches. And of course, other countries also come to us to ensure that these kind of launches take place, courtesy our PSLV and our GSLV. In this case, it was the PSLV C57. The sheer power of that monster, I think when I witnessed it firsthand here, I realized that the name India's Bahubali is so very fitting for this particular rocket, because the sheer power that it unleashes as it went up to the skies. 63 minutes, Sneha. This is the longest launch that we've seen ever by the PSLV. 63 minutes it took for the final phase to be accomplished, which is when you saw the applause breaking out, and of course those pictures that always bring a smile to all of our faces of the ISRO chief, of Dr. Somnath, being congratulated by everyone happy and all hugs being exchanged. It's a moment of great relief for them. But this is just the first step of what's going to be a long journey of sheer hard work and grit for our ISRO scientists, even as, Sneha, they're working on the next one. In 3 weeks from now, I'll have to come back here, because once again there's going to be a test vehicle launch. This is for Gaganyaan. It's the first step of many more tests that will happen. But nonetheless, a huge moment, and a moment of great pride for all of us. I'm going to be catching, hopefully, Mr. Somnath and the entire team behind Aditya L1 here in a few moments. They're going to be headed here anytime now. So we'll be getting you those live images and hopefully their exclusive first reactions.
All right, Akshita, I'm going to in fact ask you to continue to be with us. Akshita did point out that indeed it took 63 minutes. It's the longest time a mission has essentially taken, but also to tell our viewers that the vehicle that Aditya 1 is using is PSLV XL, which in fact has taken 25 such missions so far, including missions to the moon and also to the Mars. But this one, to the sun, to the point L1, is the longest journey that is going to be taken by the vehicle, essentially. I'm going to ask Akshita to be with us. Pramod Madhav is also in fact with us, and Pramod was there at that point in time, and that very moment when the launch happened. This is a report that Pramod sent us just some time ago.
There it is, the rocket has been lit up and it goes up, it's soaring up. That is PSLV C57 right in front of our eyes. That's the rocket carrying Aditya L1. This is an amazing moment, because recently ISRO scientifically conquered the moon as well. On the far side, ISRO, the Pragyan rover, as we speak, is investigating, and there we have been told that the liftoff is normal and the rocket has lifted off. It's soaring up to the sky with Aditya L1, which has 7 payloads, and the satellite's important aspect is that it is going to study about the sun. What you're hearing right now is a rumble from the rocket, because sound travels lesser than the speed of light, and that's what you see currently. That is a rumble as the rocket soars up, breaking the escape velocity, that is 11.2 kilometers per second. And as we see, that's the rocket that has gone up in the sky. And this is a very important part, because now Aditya L1, after 4 months, it will reach a point called as Lagrange point. There it will be stationed in a halo orbit, and this is something called as a 3-point problem, where now ISRO scientists have solved the equation where they have to take care of three objects: the sun, the earth, and the satellite. And Lagrange 1 point is some point where the gravitational force of the sun and the gravitational force of the earth will meet in a point where which if you put an object, it can rotate stationary. This is a calculation. This is purely calculation based, and right now PSLV C57 has lifted off with Aditya L1 as we speak and soaring up to the sky. And the Aditya L1 is a very important satellite. It's carrying 7 payloads, and we are going to learn about how the sun's surface is acting, the corona, the chronosphere, the photosphere, because on the sun's surface. Yes, we all know that the sun is the one that is powering life on Earth and it is governing this entire solar system. But how the solar flare and everything works is something we need to learn, because this is a kind of like a solar storm or solar flare, but nothing but a sudden gush of energy that leaves the sun's surface and it impacts every planet, including Earth. All this will be clearly studied, recorded, and the data will be provided for ISRO for studying. Zibyan, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
Congratulations. The Aditya L1 spacecraft has been injected in an elliptical orbit of 235 by 19,500 kilometers, which is intended very precisely by the PSLV, very unique mission mode here, with the upper stage of the PSLV taking 2-burn sequence for injecting the primary satellite for the first time. So I want to congratulate PSLV for such a very different mission approach today to do this mission of Aditya L1 to put it in the right orbit.
Congratulations, ISRO. And while the whole world watched this with bated breath, it is indeed a sunshine moment for India. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, for making this happen by opening up new vistas for India's space sector and telling us that sky is not the limit. Indian scientists had been working, toiling day and night for years and years together, but now comes the moment of vindication, the moment of redeeming the pledge to the nation.
All right, and meet the project director of the ambitious mission Aditya L1 from Tamil Nadu is Nigar Shahji. Hailing from a farming family, she is originally from Sriharikota, Tamil Nadu, India, where she pursued her engineering degree at the Tirunelveli Government Engineering College. Nigar Shahji joined the Indian Space Research Organization in the year 1987, marking the beginning of her career in space research. Now, after working for some time, she joined the U.R. Rao Satellite Centre in Bangalore. Working in various positions there, Nigar Shahji, Professor Shahji, took charge as the Aditya L1 project director. Before joining the solar mission, the professor, Nigar Shahji, was involved in the design of the Indian remote sensing, communication and interplanetary satellites in various capacities.
Started its 125 days of long journey towards L1. We have our Earth burns to rise the orbit, and followed by the trans L1 injection, and finally insertion into the halo orbit in the Sun-Earth Lagrange point L1. Once the Aditya is commissioned, it will be an asset to the heliophysics of the country and even to the global scientific fraternity.
All right, we're talking about the professor, the woman professor, the scientist, essentially Professor Nigar Shahji, who in fact was the director of this mission, Aditya L1, which ISRO says is successful. In fact, everything about this entire project has just given us Indians so much reason to cheer, given that this, of course, is India's first solar mission. Clearly, like I've been saying, our feet on the moon and eyes on the sun. That continues to be our top focus story right here. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break.
Once again, India Today wins Best Channel of the Year.
Thank you very much, viewers, for making the India Today group the most awarded TV news network at the ENVA Awards 2023.
Well, as you know, complex war games and military exercises take many weeks to plan and many weeks to execute. There are a lot of moving parts. There is a great deal of detailing that goes into putting together a military exercise of this scale. And the Trishul exercise, by all accounts, is going to be a pretty extensive exercise. As India Today's Manjeet Negi has reported, the Air Force is going to be deploying, almost all of its air assets, or at least, airframes from all of its aircraft fleets at the border areas, with China, whether it is Ladakh or J&K or Punjab or Himachal. It's going to be a big exercise. But let's never forget that there is a great deal of messaging also that happens. The G20 also isn't something that was decided just a few weeks ago. It's been a long time, in the planning phase as well. The dates have been known for a long time as well. So the Indian Air Force deciding to put up this offensive combat war game, military drill, whatever you want to call it, at a time when all these countries are going to be in India. There's still suspense over Xi Jinping's attendance, despite what Reuters and others are reporting. There's no official confirmation. But assuming that even if he doesn't come, the fact is the psychological effect of a vast military exercise on the China border at a time when the India-China standoff continues to be the largest military standoff in the world at this point of time, sends out a huge message as far as a country that will do what it takes to defend itself against an unpredictable and an unsavory neighbor that continues to have territorial ambitions. This is a country, remember, that literally all other, many members of the G20 have problems with, whether it is, whether it is the United States, whether it is Canada, whether it is the United Kingdom. All of these countries have their own individual issues with China, but it is India that is fighting China face to face, diplomatically and of course militarily as well. So this exercise, Trishul, by the Indian Air Force is one element of a game that India, in my opinion, has been late to come to, but is obviously playing it really, really well and playing it in a hard-nosed fashion. Playing mind games, psychological operations, power projection, showing what the Indian Air Force is capable of, choosing to do it using air power, which the Indian Air Force and the Indian government know, the India enjoys a huge advantage on, especially in eastern Ladakh. So all of these factors go into, the subtle and overt interplay between two countries that could very well be at war. Thankfully, that's a remote prospect, but this war game certainly goes a great distance in telling both China and the world that India is not just any other country.
Are watching India Today.
Two arch rivals India and Pakistan are all set to meet at 3 p.m. in one of the most awaited matches of this year. Well, it's India and Pakistan. This is going to be India's first match in Asia Cup 2023. Pakistan will be coming on the back of a big victory against Bangladesh. Here's more.
What have you got, Nawaz? Ashwin goes over!
The two fiercest rivals played out a game of a lifetime the last time they went head-to-head. Fast forward to 2023 and the two teams meet again.
This game was gone. Virat Kohli pulled it back. What a champion.
This time for continental bragging rights. While Pakistan go into the match on the back of a big win in the tournament opener, India will be playing their first match. In a World Cup year, the stakes are high and both teams would want to make a statement.
And it will go crazy. It has been crazy.
देखिए बहुत अच्छी टीम है पिछले कुछ सालों में उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया है चाहे T20 वर्ल्ड कप हो 50 ओवर फॉर्मेट हो कोई भी टीम ऐसे ही नंबर 1 नहीं बनती है मेहनत होता है उसके पीछे, और आई एम श्योर कि पाकिस्तान टीम ने काफ़ी मेहनत किया है इसके पीछे, और काफ़ी यूनिट जैसी टीम है, अच्छा क्रिकेट खेल रही है। तो हमारे लिए एक अच्छा चैलेंज होगा ऐसे टीम के सामने खेलना और ऐसे टीम के सामने परफॉर्मेंस करना।
India's playing 11 is still a mystery. There is no KL Rahul for the match, and Ishan Kishan looks all set to replace him. Where he bats is a different matter altogether. The one man Pakistan would be wary of is Jasprit Bumrah. He's making a comeback after a long injury layoff and was impressive on his recent outings in Ireland.
Out early, and it's a soft dismissal.
For Pakistan, their captain Babar Azam will again be the key man. He slammed a big ton against Nepal, and India will have to come up with a plan against the man who's the fastest to 19 ODI hundreds.
नहीं, कुछ ऐसा प्रेशर नहीं है। पास में जो पीछे गुजर गया उस पर हम फोकस नहीं कर रहे, जो आने वाला उस पर फोकस कर रहे हैं और कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो बेस्ट है हमारा वो अप्लाई करें, जो मोमेंटम हमारे पास उसको कंटिन्यू करें। और मेरे ख्याल से सारे लड़के काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं। आपको पता है कि इंडिया पाकिस्तान का हमेशा हाई इंटेंसिटी वाला गेम होता है, और जो मेन चीज़ फैंस काफ़ी इस चीज़ को वेट करते हैं, तो हम भी काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं खेलने के लिए और इंशाल्लाह अच्छी क्रिकेट खेलेंगे।
With the ball, their strength lies in the pace bowling attack that has the likes of Shaheen Shah Afridi and Haris Rauf. It's the first of potentially 3 meetings between the two teams in this year's Asia Cup. But regardless, both would want nothing but a win.
Some of his best innings. Let no one tell you that this is the league match, so there will be no pressure. That's because there is no India-Pakistan match without the pressure of performance. And that pressure will be doubled when you consider the fact that this game comes exactly a month before the big Cricket World Cup. So in the sense, this is the start or the road to the Cricket World Cup. Whatever happens here will have a bearing on how these two teams perform at the cricket's biggest showpiece event. This is Nikhil Naz at the Pallekal International Stadium for India Today.
The story and much more up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues right here. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
The G20, or Group of 20, is a crucial bloc of nations formed in 1999 in response to several economic crises, particularly the South Asian economic crisis. Essentially, it was the G7 which was expanded to G20. The richest countries roped in the emerging economies as well to share the burden of the crisis. 19 countries and the European Union make up the G20. Besides India, Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, South Africa, Turkey, America, and the United Kingdom are a part of the G20. Now, this intergovernmental forum is a very crucial one. Between these countries I listed, 80% of the gross world product, 75% of international trade, and 2/3 of the global population is covered. This is a trade bloc, which means that the focus is largely on international economic and financial issues. Here are the stated objectives of the G20. First, policy coordination between its members in order to achieve global economic stability and sustainable growth. Second, to promote financial regulations that reduce risks and prevent future financial crises. And third, to create a new international financial architecture. The G20 operates without a permanent secretariat or staff. The chair rotates annually among the members and is selected from a different regional grouping of countries. The chair is part of a revolving 3-member management group of past, present and future chairs referred to as the Troika. So currently, the G20 chair or the presidency is with us, with India, handed to us during the Bali summit in November 2022. It was made official on December 1st, 2022. So India has now launched a website, taken over all digital platforms for the next 1 year of the G20 and is holding a slew of events to engage and ensure that this is a people's G20 as stated. India is hosting over 200 meetings in over 50 cities across 32 different work streams and will have the opportunity to offer G20 delegates and guests a glimpse of India's rich cultural heritage and provide them with a unique Indian experience. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also unveiled the logo, theme and website of the 2023 G20 Summit on November 8th.
इस लोगो और थीम के जरिए हमने ये संदेश दिया है, हिंसा के प्रतिरोध में महात्मा गांधी के जो समाधान है, G20 के जरिए भारत उनकी वैश्विक प्रतिष्ठा को नई ऊर्जा दे रहा है.
Now, India's G20 presidency theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is One Earth, One Family, One Future. The G20 summit with all world leaders will reportedly be held in September 2023. Now, when a country assumes the presidency, they also get to choose the focus area of that year. And India has indicated that the focus will be digitization to transform lives.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Well, I always wanted a tank for my preferred car at home, and then Land Rover launches the Defender. Now, we know all about Land Rover and of course the Range Rovers we've had on the show, all their off-roading capabilities and what amazing cars they make, well, for all your adventures. But this is an expensive beast, and we'll give you the price at the end of this Tech Today special. But what's it like as a luxury SUV? Is it only for enthusiasts? And what's the real tech on display that makes everything click in this particular Defender? That's what we're going to find out on this episode of Tech Today. Well, before I tell you about all the tech in the car that makes the off-roading possible and makes this a very comfortable car, and of course, all the other things that are happening when it comes to ride quality, well, this is one of the most commanding cars on the road. Now, this is the 110. There's a much larger version, which is, of course, one more row of seats. You can see the design is absolutely mind-bogglingly good. Pangea green is the color. And, you know, the camera team was telling me earlier that it changes color when light really hits the surface. I think this really is an ode to the original Land Rover heritage. And I think a lot of DNA from the Discovery line as well. But you see the way the lights are laid out, the way the grille is, and these massive wheels. They seem a little bit oversized, and you think, okay, maybe this might not be the best car to drive on Mumbai roads, but you'd be wrong. This is no longer a ladder on frame construction. This Defender is now a monocoque. That means that with this stiffer suspension, driving it in the city is actually a practical option. And I will take you out for a quick road test. But let's show you the back of the car as well. You see these nice little carve-outs over here. I'm going to call them something later on in the show, so you've got to stay tuned, but special windows if you want to go out on a safari maybe. And then if you come at the back, you see this entire design. It's a little boxy, but the fact that it now has so much more tech, like an air suspension, means that the minute you open this, you can literally fit a house in the back of the Defender, and that's without folding the seats over here. If you fold them all the way down, that's another story altogether. There's enough space over here. Now, just to show you how this air suspension tech can make your life so much easier, ingress, egress, getting in and out of the car, weight sensing, off-roading, it all changes. And even if you want to load the car, right now it's at its maximum height. So if you wanted to, well, check how high that is, it's somewhere over here. I press this button. It's going down, a real sense of power. And you can see right over here, that's maybe more than 3 inches. Honestly, that's a fair amount, nearly, well, enough for you to find it a lot more comfortable to get into the car and to get out of the car. I love the way, old school, you can open the boot and it gives you that nice, solid thud. Well, the good thing about this car is, and yes, it's some really tough doors. When you do sit in the car, you have these door handles to hold on to. And the cool part over here is these peekholes that you can actually check out the sights and sounds from. Some people who don't like all the light coming in might crib, but listen, not in an adventure off-roader, which is also capable of being a luxury SUV. When you compare it to the other Range Rovers, there's a lot more luxury and performance that is built into those cars. And a little less off-roading, but they're still off-road capable. But this car has that off-roading capability supercharged. And well, luxury is still something that you can consider. It's not like you're sitting in a Thar or a Jeep Rubicon. It's very comfortable. In fact, while sitting in the back, and when we had the crew members sitting in the back as well, they found it incredibly comfortable because of that stiff suspension. And the fact that it's no longer a ladder on frame construction, I think that makes it very, very comfortable to sit out here. Also, you have not much of the transmission tunnel bump over here, but yes, you do have this air conditioning system and of course the center armrest right there. So these two seats are fine, but the real magic happens in the front of the car. Now, just in terms of the tech on display and what makes this car so easy to use and genuinely doesn't intimidate you about the size and you know the entire scale of what you're driving. If you look at this particular infotainment system, looks tiny out here, but I think this is the perfect size in terms of clarity, UI. It's amazing. Look, it's PV Pro. That's what all the JLR cars run on, and compared to what BMW is doing, Mercedes is doing, I genuinely think that this is the most refined infotainment UI UX in any vehicle on planet Earth. I really think it gets the job done. It's consistent, it's slick, and you can do all sorts of things with this particular system. Now, if we look at some of the features which make you feel like you are sitting in a Range Rover perhaps, well, you have air quality right here. And like it shows you the pollution levels outside, it tells you when you purify it, the lovely animation comes into being and then it starts purifying the cabin. That's not all. One thing I find very interesting is if you go for either of these rows, and there's a third row of course at the back, which is maybe for the kids, you have an auto airflow option. Now, what does an auto airflow option really do? Whenever you put automatic climate control, because it's really hot here in Mumbai and in Delhi, it's going to come like a blast, right? And what if you don't want that blast and you just want it to be, well, a very simple, sort of a soft and quiet approach? You can choose that. You can also choose balanced. You can choose powerful and fast. And I think this is, well, a very interesting use of technology right there. But it doesn't stop really there. You, of course, have wireless Apple CarPlay, wireless Android Auto. That's, well, standard with a lot of these cars. But it's good to see because we saw in the Audi, they didn't have a wireless, it was wired. I generally think it has to be wireless because of all the things you need to do with your phone. Now, on, well, a hot summer day like this, you can always cool things in this fridge and store, well, all your special packages there as well. Another feature that is unique to Range Rovers and Land Rover is weight sensing. This essentially is how your car would actually be driving through water on the road. or if you're crossing maybe a stream which is not necessarily flowing very, very vigorously, well, the system of the car actually warns the driver that the maximum wading depth has been approached. So for instance, if I want to raise the car right now, I'm already feeling a little elevated. The car has gone up and we have reached maximum, well, height. This air suspension in the car makes all of this possible. I'm going to come back down to earth because it's always nice to come back down to earth. And if you come to this particular level, it also becomes easier with the air suspension to enter and exit the car. And I think that is some brilliant use of technology because this is a very high off-roader. Now, another thing I want to talk about is the cameras in the car when you're talking about technology. Yes, most cars come with parking cameras, 360 cameras, and they do a fairly decent job. But I showed you the Mercedes GLC a few weeks ago, and they are implementing a feature called transparent bonnet. I think that is perhaps a 7 on 10. If you want to really level up on that feature, then this particular car knows exactly what it is doing with their version of transparent bonnet. The minute you go on off-road and you click this particular button, it is mind-boggling. You put the car in drive and you drive a little bit ahead and you can see that it is already stitching together images of the road beneath us. So you can find out if there are any obstacles. Even when you're driving, you see this as a very, very useful feature, especially on Mumbai roads. Next level implementation of the view underneath your bonnet. I think they use a lot of technology, AI right over there, stitching together different images from different cameras at different angles and perspectives. Use a little bit of AI, toss that into the mix, and you get a nearly perfect implementation of transparent bonnet. Now, there's pros and cons about a car being this big, which is that if you want to take a U-turn in one single shot, then it's not that easy. For instance, if I want to take this U-turn, clearly it's not going to happen in one shot. It's going to take, well, a little bit of maneuvering. But the pro to that effect is that this is perhaps the most commanding vehicle on the road. I mean, just like, and it's strange to say that people notice the Thar and the Jeep Wrangler, this is in a league of its own. Yes, the camera does help to some extent when you want to turn like this. I'm going to turn it on to be entirely sure. If you see the camera with these adaptive guidelines, it helps a lot. But like you see, it takes a little bit of maneuvering when you are taking U-turns in this particular vehicle. Now, when you talk about ride quality, yes, this is a stiff suspension which works for luxury SUV city driving as well. But the main thing about this particular vehicle is that Land Rover is no longer operating on a ladder on frame construction. So what you get now with the Defender is a monocoque, and that changes the whole experience altogether. It's not as bumpy and it's still capable of off-roading, of course, but it's also a little bit more practical when you're trying to show such a big beast off in the city. Well, so it's time for our verdict of the Land Rover Defender Beauty and Beast, because it has both those personalities, being an adventure off-roader when it has to be, and a very capable luxury SUV as well. Now, its biggest disadvantage here in India, let's get that out of the way, is its price. Nearly 1 to 2 crore rupees, depending on the variant that you buy. Well, that's where it gets tricky. It's a CBU, and coming here to India, it's up against maybe the BMW X7 or the Mercedes GLS, which are very practical, luxurious cars here in India. But this is not meant for that buyer. If you want to buy a Defender, you need to understand what it is capable of. And what I want to tell you is that something laudable about what they have done with this particular vehicle is the fact that, yes, it was known for what it could do in the rugged outdoors and as an adventure off-roader. But now the real differentiator is the tech, be it the TRS, what they've done with the suspension, that air suspension we showed you earlier, or even, well, the PIVI Pro and the kind of tech that works inside the car and outside. The purification is just endless in terms of making this car even better than its predecessor. And I think that is, well, something we're going to take away from our time with this particular vehicle. I'm a tech geek. Ayush Elavadi, your host on Tech Today, and all I can say is that yes, it's expensive, and most of us, including me, cannot afford this vehicle, but let a kid dream. And one day, we can hope that off-roaders, even made in India ones, will have these sort of capabilities. Until then, well, we'll wait and enjoy this particular review on Tech Today. Well, if you enjoyed the first half of the show, all I can tell you right now, it's a comma, not a full stop in the second half of the show. There's so much more from the world of tech, gaming, connectivity, how India's 5G moment is going to change altogether, all that and a lot more. Stay tuned. I'll see you on the other side.
Moody's Investor Service has raised India's 2023 growth forecast by a massive 120 basis points to 6.7%. The rating agency had forecast a growth rate of 5.5% earlier. Moody's has attributed this optimism to strong services expansion and capital expenditures. This comes even as the other rating agencies repose their faith in India and lower their estimates for China.
India's resurgent agriculture sector and a galloping financial services sector have driven India's economic growth to a year high. On Thursday, data released by the National Statistical Office showed that India's GDP growth rose to a four-quarter high to 7.8% in April to June. A day later, the optimism was reflected by global ratings agency Moody's, which raised India's 2023 growth forecast to 6.7% from 5.5% earlier on account of strong services expansion and capital expenditures. It also raised this year's retail inflation estimate to 5.6% to 4.8% earlier, saying that agriculture commodity prices could shoot up on weak monsoons. Moody's also claimed that a rise in food prices may delay easing of RBI monetary policy. The agency, however, added that the further rate hikes were unlikely as core inflation was relatively stable. Moody's is the latest among the big three global rating agencies to have shown their confidence in the Indian economy.
Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Alavadi. Now, there's been a slew of announcements from Reliance and Jio. Now, you saw the Jio book, first day, first show here on Tech Today, but now there's so much more. Now, one thing that really caught our eye is the Jio Air Fiber. What is this technology all about? Well, we've put together a special report, and then we're going to bring the experts in to tell you how this technology, if implemented successfully, could be a game changer.
Jio Air Fiber uses our pan-India 5G network and advanced wireless technologies.
Reliance has announced new wireless internet services for homes and offices, calling it Jio Air Fiber. At Reliance AGM 2023 recently, the company introduced a brand new product called Air Fiber in India.
With Jio Air Fiber, we can supercharge this expansion with up to 150,000 connections per day.
This is Jio's attempt to figure out last-mile connectivity for high-speed internet. The company has emphasized that with Air Fiber, users will gain access to wireless internet at speeds comparable to fiber optics connections. This also means a goodbye to bundles of wires around the house in getting fast internet connection. Jio Air Fiber will allow users to have access to a range of applications with low latency and high bandwidth like streaming video, gaming and video conferencing. The service will also include features like parental controls, support for Wi-Fi 6 and more. Are you confused between Jio Fiber and Air Fiber? Let's break it down for you. Jio Fiber is based on fiber optic technology where the user needs to get the fiber optic wires straight to their homes, where it is then either connected to a router or directly to the device that needs internet connection. Jio Fiber will offer more stable high speeds, but it requires more dense infrastructure to provide connectivity. The Jio Air Fiber, on the other hand, is just a device that needs to be turned on. The user just needs to purchase and turn it on. It works a lot like a Wi-Fi hotspot, but with a much higher internet speed. The newly introduced Jio Air Fiber will be launched in India on September 9th, 2023, a festive launch during Ganesh Chaturthi. Well, Jio has transformed internet connectivity across the country. It remains to be seen how Air Fiber ups the game even more.
Alright, the real focal point of the Reliance AGM was the Jio Air Fiber announcement. Now, just to understand how this works and what this technology means for all of us here in India, I'm joined by a very special guest, Tarun Pathak of Counterpoint. Tarun, what a pleasure to have you with us on Tech Today.
Hello.
Tarun, let's break it down for the Tech Today community. Everyone watching and tuned in across our platforms, what is Jio Air Fiber and how is it different from, say, a Wi-Fi hotspot?
Yeah, so if you look at largely the concept of air fiber is delivering the same kind of speed what your traditional home internet fiber has been giving you, but over the air and without any wires. So there is no wires that are involved. Speed is almost very fast, almost like 5 times faster than your traditional routers. And the mechanism to basically operate is very simple. You just need to bring in the router, plug and play, turn it on, and that's it. That the earlier ways of like calling a particular employee from this some of your service providers, the mechanism of couple of days is just now gone. You just bring in a router, turn it on, and that's it all. So you are getting the same kind of speed, obviously in some cases much faster than your speeds what your fibers would have been delivering.
So in terms of that connectivity, how is this really a game changer? Now, would you classify this, if implemented successfully, as a true game changer, Tarun?
It is, because see, I think the biggest thing here is in terms of experience and reaching out to the user. So for example, how the entire mechanism works in FWA is you have a wireless transmitter or a receiver that is installed at your end, and that wireless transmitter is then connected to an antenna, right? And that communicates to a base station and everything. So the process is very simple in that sense. You are getting like gigabit speed over the air, and then obviously for consumers it's a win-win situation. The only thing that is pulling it down as of now is the cost of the setup, which is almost double in case of your traditional broadband setup, because the routers here are expensive as of now, and then you have plans which are a bit expensive as of now. But over a period of time, we believe that challenge is going to be taken care of. We have seen across the world the fixed wireless access routers, their prices have come down significantly, and going forward we think this is going to come down even. So a win-win for user.
Tarun, at Counterpoint, you guys track a lot of numbers and shipments and stuff like that. Now, when it comes to the Jio book, we reviewed it on Tech Today and we really listed out its pros and cons. Very interesting at that price point. But how do you view the Jio Air Fiber announcement? Is this truly going to be a game changer? How do you think it's going to really transform the entire connectivity revolution here in India?
So we are quite hopeful on that, optimistic. I think we are also keeping FWA as the leading use case of the 5G. So if you look at right now, India's broadband penetration is lowest in the world. We are a nation that is consuming highest amount of data in the world, but our broadband penetration in India is very low. So for example, we have it's among the lowest in the world. We have only 1.69 people connected on the fixed broadband penetration for every 100 people. So and it is highly underpenetrated at 9.1% only. So what we believe that the entry of the Jio will make it more competitive. Obviously we have two solutions from Airtel and then we have Jio. 80% of the broadband in 2022 was based on fiber. Now we believe FWA will start changing things. We think by the year 2028, the cumulative shipments could hit around 50 million in the next 4-5 years.
Tarun, what a pleasure to have you with us on Tech Today. Thanks again, as always, for those valuable insights. Now, if you enjoyed that interview with Tarun Pathak and you want to understand more about what this particular technology or any of the other technologies we talk about, or even more about this particular vehicle, then you need to log on to the Tech Today website and tune in to all the content we're putting out across the Tech Today multiverse. Well, what are you going to do with all that high-speed internet? I'm guessing some of you are into gaming. Now, I love gaming on my console, but the team's Tech Today's resident gaming expert happens to be Pranav Dixit. So Pranav, over to you with this special gaming segment.
The world of gaming is seeing a very big boom in India right now. Now people are loving their games, and what do they like to play on? Today I'm diving into the streets of Delhi to see what they like to game on. Would it be a smartphone? Would it be a laptop? Or would it be a dedicated console like PlayStation 5? Now I personally love my PlayStation 5. Being Tech Today's resident gamer, I love to slay the monsters in God of War and see the world in Gran Turismo 7 while driving around like crazy. Let's see what the people of Delhi think about gaming. What do you like to play games on? Is it a smartphone, maybe a laptop, or a gaming console?
I prefer playing it on mobile phone.
Laptop. Basically, I prefer mobile phone.
I prefer gaming on PS consoles. Primarily desktop, at times mobile.
I mean, because I play with my gamer friends, so then I have to play on their systems.
I'm not that much into gaming, but I definitely prefer mobile phone over any other gadget.
Prefer mobile.
Mobile phones. Definitely mobile. Mobile is the medium. Prefer playing it on my phone, because after a point of time it makes me dizzy when I look at the computer, but I know the experience is way better in a computer.
And let's find more people to see what they think about gaming. So do you like gaming?
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
Right. Little bit. Okay, so what do you like gaming on? Maybe let's say a smartphone or a gaming laptop or a gaming console?
So I love to game on my phone. And I've seen pretty much my husband and my brother playing on a PS as well. So I've tried my hands on PS as well. But phone is what I prefer.
I've been playing on a desktop for since 2015 actually. I feel like, if you want to be a gamer, you have to be professionally into it. If you're an e-sport gamer, which is competitive, you probably need a more professional tools like customized controllers and all of that. At times mobile because it's a bit more accessible, but majorly it's on Steam, Epic Games, all that. Counter-Strike is the go-to.
Nowadays, it is very easy to buy a laptop with a high graphic card, and you are getting specific and exclusive gaming laptops. So it's very easy, and I always prefer Steam, so it is very helpful on laptop.
The portability that we get. So I think I can just turn on my phone and play games whenever I have to wait for any appointment, or like I'm just resting at my home. So I find it convenient.
I prefer PC and mobile, but if you say go to, I'll go to a mobile because it's handy, it's low of cost. Everyone has access to mobile nowadays, and the platform that mobile provides now, just mobile gaming provides, it's huge.
Why I don't prefer on mobile phones is because if you want to play some hardcore competitive shit, you all to be like weirdly holding the phones with 5-6 fingers and pressing all the buttons, but on controller it's much easier.
And there you go. Gaming is having a big moment in India. And today we found out what Delhiites love to game on. Whether it be smartphones, whether it be laptops or PlayStation 5 and Xboxes. Back to you, Ayush.
Well, that's about all the time we have on this show, but wait. There's a special one more thing moment. No, the Apple event is on September 12th. That's been announced, and we'll bring you more from that particular event as well. But we have, a very special announcement to share. At the recently concluded ENB Awards, Tech Today won gold, not once, not twice, but 3 times, winning Best Coverage of Technology, Best Coverage of Gadgets, and of course, Best Coverage of Auto as well. Because like I say, auto is now tech, and that is the future of automotive, be it EVs or even some of these cars which are using tech to really disrupt and innovate and recalibrate themselves as propositions which you would be interested in. But we won big at the ENB Awards. The Tech Today team across the multiverse is overjoyed. We're elated, and we want to say thank you for all the love encouragement and support you have shown us since the inception of your favorite technology platform. And whilst we leave you with those celebratory moments, I will go for a quick drive just to unwind. But yet again, thank you so much. And honestly, well, I hope you enjoyed this particular show. I can't change the way we end the show. For that, I will have to say what I always say. Until next week, adios.
Ravi Kannan, a seasoned oncologist, has won the prestigious Magsaysay Award 2023 for his contribution to the health sector. Years ago, Dr. Kannan left his home in Chennai to work amongst the people of Silchar to fight cancer. He's our Good News Today story.
Dr. Ravi Kannan, a renowned oncologist and a hero for holistic healthcare, has helped hundreds of underprivileged cancer patients avail treatment. Assam-based Dr. Kannan, who has been awarded the Padma Shri, has won the Ramon Magsaysay Award 2023 for his contribution in the health sector.
Award मेरे साथ हॉस्पिटल में 450 कोलीग्स हैं मेरे, हमारा सोसाइटी है यहाँ पे बराक वैली के सिटीजनरी है जो हमारा मदद करते हैं। सबका जो मेल है ना, इसके कारण कुछ भी होता है, इसका इस ह्यूमन कोलैबोरेशन का ये रिकॉग्निशन है।
In early 2000s, Dr. Kannan visited Assam as a guest surgeon several times. His life was in Chennai, but after meeting Kalyan Chakrabarti, the head of the Kachar Cancer Hospital and Research Centre, Dr. Kannan decided to help people of Silchar fight cancer. But a bigger battle was awaiting him. Myths about cancer. People would come for consultation, but nobody wanted treatment. In 2012, Dr. Kannan performed first surgery and proved the patients can win against cancer.
इतने साल हो गए, किसी ने मेरे से नहीं पूछा आप क्यों आए हो, किसी ने नहीं पूछा आप इधर के नहीं हो, कभी भी। Always look at what will benefit society. अपना बेनिफिट देखेंगे तो इतना मज़ा नहीं आएगा, पर आम कम्युनिटी का मेडिकल बेनिफिट देखेंगे ना, तो at the end of the day बहुत सुकून मिलेगा, बहुत सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलेगा।
Today, Dr. Kannan's hospital in Silchar is considered one of the best for cancer surgeries. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, hello and welcome to this special coming to you live from Ground Zero. This is Pallekele right behind me, the ground where India versus Pakistan is going to start in a short while from now. Why do I say it's going to start in a short while from now? That's because, good news, it's not raining here. Yes, it's cloudy. You've got the grey skies above me. It is expected to rain later in the day, they say. But the good news is it hasn't rained at all since the beginning of this day in Pallekele, and it's expected to start on time. So that's the good news. You might see that the ground right now, if you're watching live visuals, you might just see the ground covered, but that's a precautionary step that they've taken. Right now, it's completely dry. At best, what you call the rain that is happening right now is spitting. It's not even a drizzle, it's less than that. So in fact, if it was to stay like this, the game should start on time. In fact, I was here yesterday throughout the duration of the day for a good 7 hours, and it was not raining. It remained overcast, grey clouds were there, but it did not rain. So that's great news if you are getting up to watching that India versus Pakistan encounter, which starts at 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time. The update that we're giving you right now is that it is expected to start on right time. In fact, the first inning you might even see uninterrupted. What happens later, we'll keep updating you. So let's now get down to business. Let's take a look at the strategies, the playing 11, weather update I've already given you. Sunny Gavaskar will be joining us live on the program. We'll also take you to various parts of the country and try and gauge the reaction of the fans there, how they are prepping up to watching this very crucial encounter. But first, let's quickly listen in to the two captains, Rohit Sharma, Babar Azam. They came yesterday, spoke to the press, and this is what they had to say about this crucial game.
What have you got, Nawaz? Ashwin goes on!
The two fiercest rivals played out a game of a lifetime the last time they went head-to-head. Fast forward to 2023 and the two teams meet again.
This game was gone. Virat Kohli pulled it back. What a champion.
This time for continental bragging rights. While Pakistan go into the match on the back of a big win in the tournament opener, India will be playing their first match. In a World Cup year, the stakes are high and both teams would want to make a statement.
नहीं देखिए बहुत अच्छी टीम है पिछले कुछ सालों में उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया है चाहे T20 वर्ल्ड कप हो 50 ओवर फॉर्मेट हो कोई भी टीम ऐसे ही नंबर 1 नहीं बनती है मेहनत होता है उसके पीछे और आई एम श्योर कि पाकिस्तान टीम ने काफ़ी मेहनत किया है इसके पीछे और काफ़ी यूनिट जैसी टीम है अच्छा क्रिकेट खेल रही है हमारे लिए अच्छा चैलेंज होगा ऐसे टीम के सामने खेलना और ऐसे टीम के सामने परफॉर्मेंस करना.
India's playing 11 is still a mystery. There is no KL Rahul for the match and Ishan Kishan looks all set to replace him. Where he bats is a different matter altogether. The one man Pakistan would be wary of is Jasprit Bumrah. He's making a comeback after a long injury layoff and was impressive on his recent outings in Ireland.
Early and it's a soft dismissal.
For Pakistan, their captain Babar Azam will again be the key man. He slammed a big ton against Nepal and India will have to come up with a plan against the man who's the fastest to 19 ODI hundreds.
नहीं कुछ ऐसा प्रेशर नहीं है पास में जो पीछे गुजर गया उस पर हम फोकस नहीं कर रहे जो आने वाला उस पर फोकस कर रहे हैं और कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो बेस्ट है हमारा वो अप्लाई करें जो मोमेंटम हमारे पास उसको कंटिन्यू करें और मेरे ख्याल से सारे लड़के काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं आपको पता है कि इंडिया पाकिस्तान का हमेशा हाई इंटेंसिटी वाला गेम होता है और जो मेन चीज़ फैंस काफ़ी इस चीज़ को वेट करते हैं तो हम भी काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं खेलने के लिए और इंशाल्लाह अच्छी क्रिकेट खेलेंगे.
With the ball, their strength lies in the pace bowling attack that has the likes of Shaheen Shah Afridi and Haris Rauf. It's the first of potentially 3